Hey, everybody, welcome back to Terminus, the only extreme metal podcast that matters. I am the death metal guy, aka teaching your girlfriend to give blowjobs by sucking your own dick in front of her.
And I am the black metal guy, aka Undead Santa memes are lame.
Are
Um,
there a lot of those? Are
just
you running into a lot of those?
yeah, yeah. On Instagram, it's weird. There's a certain kind of person who posts like Santa is the undead Grinch, or
How is he undead, though?
yeah. Well, in this version, he's undead.
Oh, okay. It's
He's
like, uh, it's like Joker
it just
people or something.
it looks, dude. Yeah, no. There's I mean, as you might expect, there's a considerable overlap between Joker people and people who like metal on the internet. It's
Or at least some kind of
you
metal.
know.
I assume they've got Joker-themed Five-Finger Death Punch shirts and shit.
No, well, I mean, apparently some of them listen to Terminus, so you guys, it's
Oh, God.
not just it's about the memes. It's about the memes, not you. It's
Fair enough. So, shit, man, end of the year, our final podcast of the year. And what a road it's been. I like how we started in the throes of the pandemic, and then all the rioting started like 6 episodes in. We really had the prime
mhm.
time to start a heavy metal podcast, didn't we?
I think we both kind of felt the hand of history pressing on our backs. It's like, right, it's about, like start the dumb metal podcast you've always wanted to start. It's
And watch as the
because
world
everything
dissolves
is
around
moving
you.
fast.
Yeah.
After the bombs fall, we'll be the last standing.
Oh yeah, still plugging away, making episodes for the roaches. If anyone's curious as to why I sound so brassy now, it's because my dipshit cat decided to eat my microphone cable on the day before the most important podcast of the year. So thanks to my terrible boy Wilkins for that. And but here we are.
Aww.
We're pressing through. We're pressing through as always, charging forward into the breach.
All right. Well, so I suppose I suppose we should have some sort of brilliant summing up comments about the year in review, but maybe let's just get into our lists and we'll spit out some ideas as we go.
Yeah, I mean that works. So real quick though, I we kind of had different criteria for our year-end list. So
Hmm.
what were you kind of putting into it?
Well, you had the weird one. You made the weird one, so you tell them what you did. It's,
Oh, well, I mean, I don't think it's that weird. So something we talk a lot about on on this podcast is the idea of art music versus craftsman's music. You know, the distinction being
mhm.
art music is what we traditionally think of as high art. It's trying to push things forward in this, this intense, sometimes avant-garde way. And then craftsman's music, to me, would be stuff that's not necessarily doing anything new, but it's a wonderful example of a certain style. Like imagine, kind of uh, uh, patron-based Renaissance painting, which is not necessarily the most artistic thing as you would traditionally think of it, but is still exquisite and worthy of recognition. And I actually broke down my list into two lists of a top 10 of both art music and craftsman's music, just because I think that there's records that really are apples and oranges beyond style just because their objectives are so different from each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. I think I recognize that distinction, and it's a useful one. You could also talk about craftsman's music as being, people working within an established tradition. Uh, and yeah, so for me, I guess I try not to make that division I guess I didn't do that when I made the list, and I think I don't really do it when I try to like rank albums in my head or something. But that probably means that my list will skew it. Like there probably will be things on my list that like my list probably won't include some of the good sort of underground traditional craftsman's riff black metal that yours might have, right?
I
Um,
gotcha. Yeah, well, I think just for me, it's a
so
matter of
yeah.
it's just a matter of. I mean, if I was just to create a single list of the best albums, then
Mhm.
a lot of those albums would look like things that I acknowledge are great and are pushing the genre forward, but I probably don't listen to nearly as much as some of the more straightforward
Oh,
stuff.
yeah, that's a thing. You really enjoy on a daily basis sort of stuff that has like strong strong hooks and good spirit and kind of
Yeah, I mean, I
you
need
like
music to
bangers to
listen to
listen
while
to in
I'm
the car.
driving. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I think for me maybe the game is how many of those can I rank on the same list as other things that are more kind of lofty.
Yeah.
So there might be some things that are positioned weirdly high on my list relative to where they normally go. But yeah, we'll see how this goes. I mean, you've now everyone's got our criteria.
I just ended up blending my two lists, so it'll definitely seem a little weird on my end, too.
Yeah, because you told me I originally thought we were just going to do top 10 each, and then you were like, "Bro, I made like 20," and I was like, "Shit." And you made these two 10 item lists, and so I made a list of 20, and we'll see where we go.
Yeah.
So
So, well, first off, a few things that we didn't cover this year that are great records, and I
oh
think
word
you've got a
yeah.
couple too. So for me, I've
Mhm.
just got a few albums that either just didn't really work for the show, or I didn't find, or just came out before
Mhm.
the show started. So the first one is going to be my favorite noise record of the year, which is Heat Signature's Altered States of Warfare. This is a really excellent harsh noise release. It's the second album by these guys out of Brooklyn. Um, very chaotic and swirling, kind of harsh noise infused with a little bit of death industrial stuff. And it's just weird to talk about noise on a show like this. It's not a genre that lends itself to review, but anyone who's a big harsh noise fan, definitely check it out. It's a wonderful release. Second off, I've got the Internal Rot album, Grieving Birth. This is just an outstanding sort of gory grindcore record from Australia. Imagine kind of a fusion of like excruciating terror, Hemdale, a little bit of hemorrhage, stuff like that. Just firing on all cylinders. They know exactly how to write these songs, and it's a real joy to listen to. And they're complete ideas in a minute and a half each. And the last one was one that did come out while we were doing the show, but I just missed, which is the new EP by Gorch called Introvetary, something like that. Really great stuff.
Mhm.
I'd never heard these guys before, but I describe it as sort of a soaring, kind of like high flying Italian spin on orthodox black metal. It's very hard to describe, but it's super interesting, and uh, it makes me like these sort of orthodox ideas I usually don't, just because it's got so much energy and the riffs have so much more body behind them.
Yeah, that sounds like a really good concept. Yeah, you've got me interested in that for sure. And it's Gorch with two R's.
Yeah, yeah, Gorch. No idea what that means, but okay.
That's definitely a sludge band name.
Yeah, I like Torch.
Oh god. Yeah, so okay, anything else for you?
No, I mean, obviously, there's been tons of cool stuff, like little demos and shit that I found. Uh,
Mhm.
there's like the Flesh Monolith record was a very cool Doom Death record from Australia. A couple obscure
Mhm.
USBM demos that were very neat, but only like 10, 15 minutes
Mhm.
long, so not great for the show, that sort of thing. So maybe I'll do like a little
Yeah.
addendum list for the fans. Maybe we'll make that some bonus content for the patrons or something.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, we can both do that. So for me, Uh, I think as far as non-metal, I already mentioned on the show, I really enjoyed O Tempora O Mores, the new one by Vrimwot. That's Vrimuot. I think there's a hard accent in there somewhere, maybe over the O. Or no, sorry. No, I think there's an accent over the I. Whatever. You'll Google it. You can Google it without accents. And that is just really well done neofolk with more guitar playing and attention to things like melody and actual folk influence than you sometimes get with that stuff.
Yeah.
Something that came out something that came out before Terminus that is just too short to include on the show or on the year-end list is Hate Spirits, Not of This World. Nukta, Nykta, a Greek label. Hate Spirit is all one word. And Not of This World is basically it's sort of harsh black metal. It's if you like Iljarn, Sorin, Marduk, and maybe like Toke. It's all has elements of all those things. It's Finns, but it doesn't really sound like Finn black, except insofar as it's punky and has extreme integrity. Very live sound, bulldozer bass, range of riffs from they have one song that's like 2 notes, which is sick. And
right up your alley.
They have some more glorious melodic stuff too that I think you would appreciate.
Okay.
It's a good range. Their record last year was also really good. They had a full length last year. So other than that, I mean, there are a couple things that are important for the underground that for various reasons I think we aren't on here. It took us forever to get a hold of files of the new Votana Commando. We've heard from multiple reliable sources that it's their album of the year or something. Finally, thanks to Press to Kill, got in touch and send it my way. And it's cool. I think it's sort of, in terms of personal taste, probably sort of falls between the cracks of me and Death Metal Guy, because it's got these kind of very, very florid, kind of sentimental melodies that you like a lot. And but it is the production is I think way too cult for you, and for me it's got these I like some of those melodies too, and I like the general sort of things, the idea of doing super raw blasting black metal with these kinds of old world silent movie soundtrack melodies makes sense, cool, but for me maybe a little too much of the flowing melody.
I gotcha.
It's But I think it's objectively, it's a good release and it's clearly important. And, I'm sure that Terminus will cover this band at some point in the not so distant future. Right.
Definitely.
It's, and in a similar vein, let's see, we got, Makwahitil, At the Altar of Mictlampa came out this year. Really good record. The guy is amazing at writing riffs, but just too many. It's almost like there are too many good riffs. But more seriously than that, it's I think he's been sort of mastering this Finno-French stuff, this extremely European sound. Really good at it, one of the best, up there with Finn. But on the EP coming out next year, I already think he's got one of the songs of next year. So Con su pistola en la mano. Yeah.
Oh, we're definitely going to be covering that.
Oh, yeah. And, because the Death Metal Guy's been talking about Bob Dylan and outlaw ballads. And Makwahitil's already written maybe the ultimate American black metal outlaw ballad. And that's coming out next year. The digital's already out on Balam Ku, and the vinyl will be out on Goto Rex. Finally, in terms of really sort of cult shit, Zarabanda Moon should be good, but I haven't heard it yet, and I think those records are still on their way to the States from Livor Mortis in Finland. But in the US they'll be, and I think they've sold out at the U.S. label, which is Unseen Forest Patriot.
Yeah.
And I've got
Yeah.
and there are a few more mainstream things that I'd like to mention at the end, but like let's just get going on our shit, and we'll bring
Definitely.
those in later.
Yeah, so
Mm-hmm.
so real quick before we start, a lot of people when they
Mm-hmm.
do their year-end lists, they always like to disclose, this is just their opinion. Obviously, everyone's listened to different things and heard different stuff, and they appreciate your comments, talking about your favorites. We would like to say here on Terminus, none of that applies. Our opinions are the objectively correct ones this year. I have no interest in what your favorite albums of the year were, and if you disagree, that is a character flaw on your part. All right, let's kick it off. Black Metal Guy, you do the honors. What's number 20 for you?
All right. So, when I rank these things, what I tried to do was factor in both is it important and like have I gone back and listened to it and will I go back and listen to it? Like, do I personally enjoy it? Is
Mm-hmm.
it good or not? Is maybe too general of a criterion. There's tons of good, really, really good music that came out this year that won't be on either of our lists.
Mm-hmm.
And the last 10 on my list, so from number 11 through 20, they're ordered. I mean, the order with the exact order with these things is always tricky, but I think with 11 through 20, the order is especially kind of loosey goosey. I might, in 6 months, I might like one of them better than another. I like them all kind of the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get
Um,
that.
but yeah, and really, you just kind of got to throw them in a fucking order, and it gets harder after 10. So, I went, I figure this will be high on your list. So at number 20, I've just got Pneuma Hagion, Voidgazer, on Nuclear War Now.
I actually thought of doing a drinking game where if one of our records appears on the other's list, we take a shot, but that might kill us.
Yeah. We were maybe if we were on different shows.
Yeah, definitely. But
So,
yeah,
yeah.
Voidgazer is it's up there on my list. So why did you put it on?
Oh, well, I mean, it's an important release. I think you and I both agree. It's sort of hit a. There's a kind of thing there's kind of an energy that was waiting to happen between a blossoming flirtation between beatdown hardcore and sort of extreme death metal, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is I mean, I think you'll talk about it more when you get there, but so it's important in that it has elements of both of these perfectly fused, and it's really fucking fun.
Yeah.
I haven't gone back and listened to it since we've covered it, since it's just been a few weeks, really. Uh, I think for me, like, in terms of what, like, limitations for me or something, it might just be, in part, it's almost just too good. Like, the sound is so damn good. But like, I think I'm gonna find myself coming back to it a lot in the summer when I'm in the mood to listen to more beatdown stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely high
So
energy music.
exactly, yeah. So that's my number 20. How about you, bro?
My number 20 is definitely not on your list, and it came as kind of a surprise to me that I ended up including it. And it is actually
Mm-hmm.
Cranial Contamination's Into the Warp. So, Cranial
Ah,
Contamination, yeah, we covered that a few months back, I think. And at first, it seems like a sort of uh, polished almost to a fault sort of modern slam death release, but I've got to say, I have come back to this record so many times just as like commute music on my way to work or just hanging
yeah.
out, put on a record music. The sheer spirit of fun on that album, the fact that it's got crushing beatdown, like breakdowns, as well as huge melodic hooks, to me makes it something special. It gives it a lot more variation in texture and tone than you usually expect from this kind of music. And overall, it's just going to be the kind of thing that I play around a lot of my friends in slam bands who might not be into a lot of the same ultra underground stuff. but it's something that we can all agree on.
Mhm.
Great party record, and I'll probably listen to it another 20 times.
Nice. All right. Well, yeah. I think, yeah, that one was just a little too what it is for me, right? Polished kind of
Yeah, that's fair.
slamming brutal death. Yeah, but there were definitely enough good riffs on that to catch the ear of me, the black metal guy.
Yeah,
And I mean, I think I found certain parts of that extremely entertaining. I think
definitely.
I end up preferring the more raw, yeah, the more raw brutal death that you've showed me this year. So 19. This one was originally higher on my list, and I think has maybe gone, or I thought might be much higher, but I think I haven't gone back to it quite as much as I expected, and I think I got an idea about why. But at 19, I've got Slavland, Stal, Biala, Krew,
Oh,
Czerwona.
I was expecting that to
Yeah,
be higher for you also.
yeah, it maybe should be. I had to move things around on the list, man. And it was, I think
Yeah.
what it is I like the album. I like the album before it so much. The Viek or Viech or something. The last record. This to me is well, it's we talked about it on the show. Viech had this sort of fully realized kind of really really many parted sort of flowing highly developmental songs, kind of this massive scope to it. And this record is a little more just like, here are some black metal rippers. And I have
Yeah.
gone back to it and I do really like it, and the individual riffs are just sublime, a lot of them. But I think if there's a limitation to it for me, it might be the one man format, because
I
I
see.
think I think this is one man on. Yeah, I think he might have had other, more like guest musicians and shit on the last one, but I'm pretty sure this was recorded.
I mean, he's usually a one-man
Yeah,
project, so
yeah, I think it has to do with and I think it might have a drum machine or something, but it's basically, I think if it were more live sounding, it would better be able to sustain over these very long sections of riff repetitions. It's got a very kind of 8 of this, 4 of that, 16 of this kind of thing, which I'm totally fine with, but I think like it can be, and it's just like fun to listen to when you're walking around and shit, right? But
mhm.
I think to raise the level of engagement and intensity that much higher in music that has relatively predictable, like just riff structures, I think it helps to have some live band energy. You know what I mean?
No, I
It's
agree with you on that, because that album didn't
yeah.
make it onto my list, even though I
Mhm.
really liked it a lot more than I expected. And my reasons for it not being on are pretty much the same as yours, where it's just
Mhm.
the melodies are so organic and folky and flowing, but it's just a little
Mhm.
bit too rigid and mechanical. I think that if they just played these songs with a full band, it probably would have made my list.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah, we're totally in agreement, basically. Yeah, and it's the songs were arranged. The songs were arranged differently on the last one, so that it just wasn't a factor at all. But yeah,
I gotcha.
yeah. I mean, it's a great record. It's a great record, and Slavland deserves your support. As a Terminus listener, Radagast has said, Slavland is masterpiece. Nice,
Slavland is masterpiece. All right, so for my number
nice.
19, also probably not on your list, is so as I said up front, I just decided to alternate between my like craftsman's music and my art music. So this would be the first of my art
Mm-hmm.
music, and then
Ooh,
basically
ooh.
they alternate basically throughout for the rest of the
Mm-hmm.
list. But number 19 for me is Goratori's Sour Grapes. Um,
Oh
a
man.
Yeah, a brutal death record which pushes the boundaries of melodic ideas in such a way that I don't think the impact of this album is going to be felt for a few years. It's going to take a long time for the technical and compositional abilities of other brutal death metal bands to catch up to this. I love the energy of it. I love that it's angry, because being angry is something that Brutal Death has kind of forgotten lately. And I love
Hmm.
these incredible bursts of almost aggressively modernist kind of neoclassical melody that infused the whole record in these little micro phrases. It's a great example of how to use hyper technicality as an expanded palette with which to make music rather than a restrictive form. So I just really love this record.
Damn, you really thought about what you were gonna say for each of these. Shit, I got a game. All right.
No, dude, I work in sales. I talk to people all day.
Yeah, boy, you're selling it. Yeah. Well, cool. All right. So we are on to number 18.
Alrighty. What do you got?
And here we got the record that made Terminus in a lot of ways. Ancient Gates, Empire Beyond Dusk.
Oh,
on Hessian Firm.
Nice.
Yeah, because we were first discovered, so to speak, or one of the first sort of our first real burst of publicity came when Nick from Hessian Firm found our podcast because we'd reviewed Ancient Gate. And yeah, this band is from Argentina. They've done quite well this year, by all accounts. And it is cult black metal in the tradition of, he says, stuff like Judas Iscariot. What's that one? The one that isn't DSO. Bloodhouse Nord.
Bloodhouse Nord, yeah.
Bloodhouse Nord. Yeah. A little bit of when I suggested it might sound like Soren, he did not deny that possibility. And it's just one guy and a drummer, but between the two of them, they generate pretty good, semi-live intensity. And the songwriting is just very, some songs are stronger than others, but I think that album's got a tight core of about like maybe I don't know how many songs. I have to check the length, but like 2/3 or 3/4 of it is bangers. It's got some really gorgeous Bloodhouse Nord style melodies without really biting it at all, and very good, good rhythm riff work that incorporates a lot of melody, but also has kind of a driving, forceful quality to it. So yeah, strongly approve, and I think that Ancient Gates sort of this is Ancient Gates sort of statement of intent. I think the artistic triumph is on the horizon.
Yeah, I would agree. This one didn't make my list, although in retrospect, I think it probably could have. Very good band. I think the only difference is like it's more of a black metal record than I typically listen to. I think it's excellent. And I think, like you said, their next full length will almost certainly make the next list. I think it's just a matter of a little bit more sharpness, a little bit more compactness in the songwriting. And because clearly the technical ideas and the melodic ideas at work are excellent. And I think if they just tighten the screws a little bit, they'll be real people to contend with in the future.
Oh yeah, really. It's just about cutting a little fat. Exactly. Some of the songs have a couple, it's like, oh, well, maybe it didn't need that riff or whatever, right? And so I think it's
basically like that.
The form is in the, it's like that Michelangelo thing about sculpting, right? It's like the form is in the marble and the form is mostly revealed, right? But they still got some chiseling away to figure out exactly how the statue looks, right?
That being said, if you can do an album as good as this for your first record, I believe it's their first, right? There's nothing to complain about. So my number 18, which probably is on your list, is going to be Mort Grinning's In Seeds Freed. Or however you pronounce it.
Oh shit! I actually didn't put it on there. I was going to be on my alternate, my sort of mainstream alternate mentions. Yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah, this definitely made the list. This is just such a goddamn fun, high-flying, energetic party black metal record. I remember 30 seconds into the first track on this record, a grin came across my face and it didn't leave for the whole running time. It's so punky without being like raw and caustic. It's so folky without being lame. It's so melodic without being soft, and it's so aggressive without being one note. It is, to me, the definition of full spectrum black metal, as you call it. And it's without question, just let me scan through my stuff. It is probably the single best, like, biggest release this year. Like, across, like, the major metal labels. I love this album.
Oh, yeah. In terms of big releases, this has got to be one of, if not the best, in terms of, especially by, like, really big bands. For me, it probably could have been on my list. I just, for whatever reason, didn't find myself going back to it that much. Probably I will in the coming year. Maybe I'll kick myself for not having it on there. I think when I did go back to it, I think what I found is I liked some parts much more than others. Like there were some parts that are just there's a lot of kind of atmospheric bits on there, and I don't dislike them. But like, or you know what it was also? I commented on the YouTube originally when I first heard it, wow, this is great, but maybe you could do without some of that guitar soloing.
No, you need the solos. And you need those big solos.
That comment upset people, yes. And I revised it because it's like, sure, the solos belong on the record, but I think a few more heavy metalisms than my personal taste likes,
oh,
but
man.
like,
I love this thing so much.
I'll probably, again, maybe I'll kick myself for not putting it on there. I'm glad I figured you would put it on there, and I'm glad you did. And I guess the other reason is just try to highlight as many like underground bands as you can. But that's definitely one of the great comeback records this year.
Yeah. All right, 17. What you got?
I bet this is on your list. I thought we should have. I thought I should have Meslam Tea on there.
Wow, it's not. It's not, but it was in contention for around this position. Yeah.
Yeah, Geketend in de Shadow van het Leven by on Babylon Doom Cult. Yeah, so I like this is sort of very post-punk and screamo influenced black metal, but in a sense that it is made by people who really understand those genres. I think on the show I played some Chameleons and some Indian Summer as reference points.
Yeah.
And it has these gossamer delicate parts that and almost playful parts that I think we've both described as anime soundtrack. And also very balances that out with some very stern classic Dutch black metal riffing. This band shares members with Asgrau. Asgrau had a new one this year too, and I thought it was solid and I liked it, but maybe not quite as good. Maybe it seemed a little bit more like a follow-up on their really good record that came out a couple years ago. And so I think as far as the guys in that cluster of bands, I think for this year, the Meslam Tea record is it. But I've seen on Instagram that there's a new Asgrau in the works, so I'm stoked about that.
Yeah. Dude, honestly, no, the Meslam Tea didn't make my list, and there's no particular reason for that, because I think it could probably stand up to, probably the first 5 to 10 records on my list. It just, there was just stuff that I listened to more than it. It's an absolutely outstanding record. I think everyone should listen to it. I think it's probably, taking a look at my list, it is probably the best, like, openly emo influenced black metal record of the year. And we've covered a fair few of those. I'm glad it, like with the more grinning, I'm glad you included it when I didn't.
I haven't even really gone back to it. Maybe because if I did, that kind of music like sometimes affects me a little too much. All right, we try to keep it on an even keel here at Terminus HQ. Only I can. I already mope enough.
Yeah,
But
that's fair.
but like that. So I haven't. Yeah, but I haven't gone back to it. But I just had a feeling it deserved to be on there because it was really good, and I'm sure I will come back to it at some point.
So my number
Mm-hmm.
17 is an album that I brought on the show that you were very proud of me for. And that probably tells you what it was already. And it is Gendo's
Mm-hmm.
Angrep, which is
Hell
all,
yeah.
yeah, man,
Yeah.
it almost marks a turning point for me because this is the first record in such a long time where I've heard those just like gnarly, blistering second wave style black metal parts that gripped me as
Mm-hmm.
much as the giant melodies. Um, this is such sophisticated music, and really it sets the bar for if you want to do second wave style stuff, if you just want to do gnarly, cruel, unforgiving black metal, it better be as good as Gendo did, because they're able to keep it that evil and bleak while combining it with those huge soaring take melodies into something that's just got an incredibly unique personality while still paying tribute to all the classics.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better. I mean, it's just when you show me that, like, I'd been following Gendud, big fan of their work, but that still floored me. And I went back and listened to it the other day and was floored again. I was like, wow, this is even better than I thought when I listened to it in a hurry for the show. Uh, it's, yeah, so that is on my list. I'm sure we'll have occasion to talk about it again. Yeah. All right. So is it me? Is it 16?
It's 16, buddy. You
Uh,
go ahead.
16 is a record that we took a chance on, and we're glad we did. It's Dressed in Streams, and this is Swaraj or Self Rule, Colloquial
Wow,
Sound
I'm amazed
Recordings.
that made it on, huh?
Dude, it's a fucking sick album. I've listened to it a fair amount. It is limited by the one man format for sure, but I think he's found ways to emphasize the mechanical quality of the drum machine in a kind of industrial way that works with the kind of often mid-paced grandeur of the music. And when it's
Mm-hmm.
going fast, the energy in the guitar. When it's going fast, the guitar parts, these interlocking guitar parts where both the top riff and the bottom riff are riffing at the same time. It just creates so much energy that the drums doesn't matter. I think it's really good. And just yeah, it also has a certain originality because it incorporates that a sort of Indian vibe insofar as it's very drony, emphasizes certain kind of intervals that maybe sound a little Bollywood, a little raga, a little sort of primordial folk, while blending them with a very Eastern European sense of melody. And when some of those riffs hit, man, I just feel crazy. Like I get the sort of eyes roll back, like ululate feel. Like I
I
want to
get you.
mosh to Dressed in Streams. Yeah.
Well, obviously, since we covered that record, Damien of Colloquial Sound Recordings and not necessarily Dressed in Streams, but okay, has actually become
Mm-hmm.
a big supporter of the podcast, and he's been a really cool guy with us. He sent both of us copies of the Dressed in Stream record. Can't thank him enough for that, especially him being really cool with me being such an asshole about like his label's aesthetic and everything. So I like the Dressed in Streams record a lot. It didn't make my list because for me, there's like a couple bum tracks on it, or like one and a half bum tracks for me. Uh, but at its
Mm-hmm.
best moments, I think if it was as good all the way through as it is on its best moments, it definitely would have made the list. It's just like, I think it was like Fuck the British Raj didn't do anything for me. And it's like, well, if you got like a 5-track album and one doesn't land, it kind of,
Uh,
okay, you know.
fuck the British Raj is structurally weaker, kind of in the same segmented for a this, for a that kind of way that
Yeah.
sometimes gets in the way of the Slavland. And maybe I think I said on the show, it feels kind of like he gets trapped in the breakdown for a minute. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
but for me, just the one riff on that song, the song is, I think, basically a delivery mechanism for one riff, and I really like
Yeah.
that riff. So I'll just go. I'll be, I'll be a pop music listener and just say, yeah, I love the chorus. Um, yeah.
Hey, no, that's
So
fair. And it's a,
yeah.
it's a very good record. I do recommend everyone check it out because it's very idiosyncratic
Mhm.
and it reminds me of a lot of cool stuff from the 2000s that really you don't hear anymore. So good on Damien, and
Hmm.
we got to get him on the show sometime because he seems like a
Yeah.
really cool guy.
Yeah.
So
Thank no. Damien's definitely coming on the show. Shout out to Damien for being a super bro.
definitely. So my number 16 is another record that you brought on. Fucking just simple, great, uh, elegant, Finno-Frankish shit, and it's going to be that Ild Scare.
Mm,
Den Red Somstead Not.
nice.
It's,
Hmm.
goddamn, it's just like, there's been a few records you brought onto the show that I've said were like musical candy to me. And a couple more will pop up
Hmm.
in the rest of the list. You already know what they are. Um,
Hmm.
but yeah,
Yeah.
dude, Ild Scare, it's so elegant. The riffs are so great throughout. Um,
Hmm.
I think that I can put up with some more kind of conventional Finno-French melodies than you can sometimes just
Hmm.
because I'm so locked into that style. But I mean, really,
Hmm.
what this record has that elevates it over a lot of the standard Finno-Frankish stuff is the kind of a classiness to it. It's got a real elegance. It's got this. It doesn't have any of the dorkiness of black metal records, and there's nothing wrong with that. I love dorky black metal, but this is like this very sophisticated kind of statement, and it's interesting to me. You know, you've got this almost tasteless style of black metal with these huge florid melodies, but these guys compress them in a way that makes them a little bit more realistic in a way. I just think it's a ripper from beginning to end. It's a great kind of driving record. You can kind of throw it on whenever and it's awesome, but it still has those details that elevate it above a lot of its contemporaries.
Yeah, I'm glad that's on there. It's really well done. I think I think I like some of those riffs better than others. I'm not sure. I think we agree they're strongest on the big epic super consonant kind of Dorian scale riffs, but yeah, you like you said, you're more fond of exactly that style, but I think you're right that it has this classiness to it, and it might tie back to I think what I said on the show is the kind of the resolute quality of Danish black metal.
Yeah,
It's uh it's not it's not a lot of some of the Finno-French stuff, especially the stuff that's popped up, the French vampiric sounding stuff that's all over the place this year or whatever, has this very kind of it's very
a,
expressive.
a vampire who just broke up. Yeah,
Yeah, it really wants to tell you how it feels, even if that feel is even if that feel is like triumphant. It's still got this kind of demonstrative quality to it, and the Ild Scare is understated in a way that I think gives some more bite, gives some more edge to those kinds of big melodies. And I think we talked about this. Some of those melodies have they kind of this monolithic, strange whole note or half note shape to them that again sets them apart from the kind of more, let's say, predictably flowing eighth, 16th note patterns. You
definitely.
know,
Yeah, I see where you're getting at
yeah,
that. All right, so number
cool.
15, what have you got?
15. Uh, Pro Sanctus and Fairy, Hypnotic Blood Art.
I
Um,
knew it. I knew it had to come
and
at one point. Yeah.
yeah, this record is special to me because it is a testament to the art of pure riffing. Uh, the all of it flows from the riff. The drumming is really good on this record, but the drummer works just by hitting hard exactly where it needs to be in the riff. The sound is thunderous. It's one of my favorite kick drum sounds of the year. I have had a shitty audio setup at the new place I've moved into, so I have not had as much chance to listen to this since we covered it as I would have, right? Because this will sound like shit if you play it on laptop speakers or whatever. But now I just got some speakers, so I expect to be listening to this more. And I really like I love the austerity and severity of it. The rasped vocals are great. And I like how he's fusing two things that are not usually fused, which is the sort of hyper-dissonant, grotesque Hellhammer side of black metal and the more sort of sword-oriented, galloping medieval, kind of noble side of black metal. So together it creates something that's very, very Conan the Barbarian, very Warhammer Fantasy, and just great craftsmanship all the way through, but in a way that makes it kind of art. And yeah, that's pretty much what I have to say about that.
Yeah, this is a weird case where it's an album that I can acknowledge is basically great, but I simply don't like it that much. And part of that just has to do, with me being such an enormous fan of earlier Pro Sanctus and Fairy. And for me, I respect what the guys are doing, kind of switching directions or switching styles like this. But ultimately, I just wanted a part 2 of Noctambulous Jaws and Sempiternal Nights so badly that I couldn't help but be a little bit disappointed, even though I know it's an excellent record all the way through.
Well, I think that's fair as a fan of the band. My suspicion is that, I mean, they can't write another thing this austere for the next full length. So my guess would be that the sound branches back out again, and maybe this was a kind of reset, like return to elemental forms, basic rigors of songwriting, and then if they expand outward from here, I could see them expanding out again from here. Basically.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I was so invested in that style of like technical profanautica they were doing that it's like, God, as cool as this is, I hope they get back to that,
Yeah.
Yeah, my number 15. Also reaching back into the very early days of the podcast. I'm in a coffin's waste of skin.
Nice. Nice.
What a fucking album, man. I've gone back to this a couple times. It always reveals new things every time I listen to it. I have to be in a very particular mood just because it is so unrelentingly bleak and severe. But I think if there's been a DSBM record in the past few years to show to people and say, no, this genre has legs, this is real art, this might be it. This has so much variation, such a wide variety of influences and ideas, and upon talking to Adorable, the sort of semi-improvisational way that it was written opens new doors in DSBM, I think. And I think that smart people in that scene are going to listen to this album and take away a lot of really interesting ideas from it.
Yeah, I'm glad that's on there. I figured it would be. I haven't gone back to that one. Not a huge DSBM guy, but it was definitely impressive and intense. Fully committed, right? Far
definitely fully committed.
Yeah, fully institutionalized. So far beyond the boundaries of cool that it becomes cool again, right? Which is the whole thing with black metal in general, not just DSBM, right? That's one way that DSBM is very black metal, is by uh, being courageously uncool, which is
Mm-hmm.
exactly what people were doing when they ran around in the woods with swords, right?
And it's something that
Uh,
Adorable himself appreciates. We emailed him and he was talking about appreciating the idea of
mhm.
accepting the inherent ridiculousness and finding a deep meaning in that acceptance, which I thought was a very cool thing to talk about.
For sure. And he's got a new project coming out called Doldrum that we sampled on Terminus News a while back. The record is The Knocking. That's just an EP, right?
Yeah, it's just a couple
But I
tracks, just
think
kind of a sampler.
I think I'm sure that beckons a full length to follow. And that's some weird shit. How would you even, Doldrum sounds kind of like Prosanctus and Fairy.
A little bit, kind of like Prosanctus, kind of like Grand Declaration of War Mayhem, a little bit like some of the
Oh
weirder
yeah,
kind
that's
of,
right. That's right.
yeah, a little bit like some of the weirder, like proggy avant-garde stuff that was coming out of like mid to late
Mhm.
90s Norway. It's really cool, and I'm looking forward to that record when that comes out. All right,
All right.
so number 14,
So
what have you
cool.
got?
Gloosh Time Wheel. Uh,
Ah,
this is not one
this is
we
the
covered
one
on
that
Terminus.
I was about to say, yeah, this is the one that we didn't feature. Yeah.
Yeah, I've just realized I've got another one on there too. But Time Wheel came out. It feels to me like it might have come out like in December of 2019, but everything says that it came out in spring of 2020. So I must be tripping. Um, but it is just gorgeous Slavic black metal with a kind of shamanic, uh, nature worshiping, but not in the kind of neuter, sort of not in the kind of like, oh, I just worship nature, man, way of Wolves
It's
in the
not
Throne Room or
lame
something,
Atmo
but
Black.
nature worshiping. Yes, it's animistic, shamanistic kind of stuff that shows a really capacious understanding of life in all of its sort of terrible and beautiful facets. Um,
Hmm.
and it's has a profound it's not like, oh, we live in this disenchanted world, all we worship is nature now. It's this sort of profoundly religious music by a guy who lives out in Siberia. um
Yeah.
and he's influenced by Wolves on the Throne Room and things like that, and people might call it Atmo Black, but the thing that separates it from all that is just the um uh deeply textured guitar sound that shows he's really, really listened to Drudk and to the Blazebirth Hall and figured out how Roman Sanko chords in particular. It has this lush romantic quality and also sort of unexpectedly sort of virile and powerful at certain points. And I've listened to that record a lot. He followed up with an EP this summer, and he seems to be doing really well, which I'm happy for. And hey, at least the Atmo Black kids are listening to something worthwhile.
Yeah, no, he's getting a lot of attention, it seems. I haven't listened to that record, but the Gloosh that I've heard that you've showed me is very cool. It really is kind of like you see, I would argue that it's sort of your ideal of post black in a way. It is folding in a lot of those like
Mm-hmm.
extra metal influences without being totally controlled by them. And I mean, what I would compare it to in a lot of ways is I think you used it as the outro for this episode, an album that didn't make the list for no reason in particular, because it probably could have been on there, which was the They Came From Visions album that we covered.
Mm.
Which I'm just bringing up because that's a really excellent record. Now I'm kind of kicking myself in the ass because I mean, maybe that deserves to be on here in place of something else, but I mean, it was tight all the way through. But yeah, Gloosh, good band. highly recommended by both of us. So, um, number
Nice.
14 for me, an album that I'm sure you've forgotten about already, which is Just Before Dawn, An Army at Dawn. Uh, what a fucking cool record.
I sort of did forget about it, and that's dumb because I really liked it.
Yeah, it's an awesome. Uh, this is obviously on the Craftsman's list. It's an ingenious combination of Bolt Thrower and the first Amon Amarth record, uh, which has this burly sort of hardcore quality to it. These big gang chant vocal lines from a series of guest vocalists, giant fucking War Master riffs throughout. Um, Apart from one other, which will appear later on the list, I think it's the second best old school death metal record of the year that I heard. And it's a shame that more people haven't heard this because I guarantee you it stands toe to toe with any of the big shit that all the kids are talking about these days in that vein.
Oh, I think it steamrollers most of it. Yeah. Just the simple idea of what if Amon Amarth but Bolt Thrower?
Yeah, it's
Right?
so simple and it's so great.
And it has another thing is that although it's very has a lot of really just catchy sort of melodic riffing on it, very lots of epic riffing. It's really also gloomy, and has kind
Yeah.
of it has some of the in a way it's similar to Ild Scare in that it indulges in a lot of things that are sort of fun or could even be considered poppy, right? Like Amon Amarth always been pretty poppy, right? And yet treats them with this kind of grim, stoic resolution that makes it much heavier, and that makes me respect it a lot.
Yeah, no, I think that's one of the important things about the record is the fact that it doesn't merely imitate Bolt Thrower in the musical stylings, but also in the mood. It's like Bolt Thrower understood that war was glorious and also incredibly sad and soul crushing simultaneously. And Just Before Dawn is one of the only bands that understands that sort of dissonance, which makes it like accidental high art, even though I put it on the Craftsman's list, you know?
No, I know exactly what you mean. I was almost going to argue with you about putting it on the Craftsman's list, but yeah, yeah, I think it's really good, and I think if I went back to it, I'd get more out of it. I should probably buy it. All right, and I've got something later that has that kind of two-sided view of war too, modern warfare.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what have you got for number 13?
Well, just to annoy you, my friend, I've got Eisenskir's Assendrath. It's
Really? You liked it that much?
You know what? I decided again about the order. I'm not sure whether these last 10 on the list, this could come. I could have put it at number 20. You know what I mean? I could have put it at number 20. I could have put it, but it had to be on there. And I think I'm putting it so high as again, part of the list for me is, do I like it? Do I listen to it a lot? And is it important? I think it's important as a kind of statement, if not like about where black metal is going, then a statement from me about where it should go, which is that it has this intensely organic, woody, reverberant kind of live recording quality. We thought it was a one-man project, but the guy let us know that it is in fact a full band, and that makes sense. The riffing is not always. This is a sprawling double album. It is not economical. There's a whole 20-minute track that I think we'd both cut, and I think the death metal guy would cut the entire first disc. But there's a lot of riffing on it that is sort of good versions of troped second wave riffs. Maybe in that sense, a craftsman's quality to some of it, where there are like little variations that if you really like Norwegian style black metal, you'll pick up on the variations. The death metal guy also pointed out that I liked it because it had a discharge bulldozer bass. Guilty as
Definitely.
charged. And and it has this kind of, to me, it really gives me a feeling. It gives me a specifically black metal feeling. It's it's sort of a cold and windy night. And I went running listening to these songs on a cold and windy night, and it was fucking sick. And there are at least, like, I just like hearing the band play. And there are a few tracks on it that I consider absolute bangers that have sort of more of a Slavic sense of melody and over, ripping. It's kind of like kind of hate, some droney kind of Hate Forest or Graveland style riffing over ripping double pedal Motorhead bass. Like, I like that. I like it.
You know my feelings on this one. So.
Yes, the death metal guy fell asleep during the first part. And, his opinion is valid, too, and should be, if you are not a connoisseur of second wave black metal riffing, you might find it less interesting. The band, given that they've written some really ripping riffs, could probably work on a little less understatement on the next record. I think this is an extremely understated record. They could swing for the bleachers a little more. And I'm stoked to hear what they come up with next. This is the first record in like fucking 8 years or something from them, maybe longer. And so I hope we don't have to wait that long again. It's been 8 years.
Yeah, fair enough, man. It's just like, I'll totally acknowledge that's one that I just don't get. And I'll leave it to people that are more involved in that sort of thing than me. But number 13 for me, it's going to be, it's got to be Defeated Sanity, the Sanguinary Impetus. Like, holy shit. You're just realizing you left it off and you shouldn't have, right?
No, not at all. I just figured I'm the black metal guy. It's too far outside my wheelhouse to put on the list. But I think if you wanted to make a list of what was objectively the best / most original music to come out this year, that'd be within the first 5 on the list.
Yeah, no. Actually, well, it's funny because I was talking to R from Pneuma Hagion, and this is his album of the year. Mm-hmm. And that's totally reasonable. I think there is absolutely a way to view the year. There is a world in which this would be the number 1 album for me. Obviously, Defeated Sanity is an incredible band and legendary for a reason, who have expanded outside the realm of brutal death for a reason. And this is an album that makes that very clear. The Sanguinary Impetus kind of charges into the jazz influences in an even more intense way than they have before. It's incredibly chaotic. It's hard to even parse the music, really, until a few tracks in, when you get into their weird sense of groove and dynamics. But it's without question one of the most musically sophisticated albums of the year, and I couldn't leave it off just for that simple reason. It's so far outside of anything else in metal. So many bands pretend to have jazz influences. Defeated Sanity just plays jazz in these incredibly extreme ways. And frankly, I think that Defeated Sanity's record should probably be on somebody's theoretical top 20 for jazz records of the year also.
Oh God, it should probably be at the top. I really loved that record. It's an ecstatic wonder of a record. I mean, I recommend, if you haven't heard it, even if you're a black metal guy, listen to it, because if you like sort of organic sound that has a I don't know, yeah, just if you like dynamic, exciting music that connects to the body, you should like this. And I recommend listening to this sort of obviously in gym shorts, and on the balls of your feet. Stand on the balls of your feet in the middle of your room and just kind of feel it. Feel the grooves, and then eventually you'll be able to dance to it, and it'll be and you'll sort of dance halfway between a guy tripping balls at a techno show and like windmilling.
Yeah, well, in gym shorts, but also with like a smoking jacket on. Make it weird, man. Get into it. But it's just fuck, man. I couldn't do this list without repping the Defeated Sanity. I mean, it's so necessary.
Yeah.
Anyway, so number 12 for you. What are we doing?
Well, had to be on the list probably for both of us at this point. Oldowan Gash, Hubris Unchained, Crack Our Productions.
Yeah, that's on my list this year.
Yeah, it's gonna be on your list. I mean, as far as my read on it, I mean, we'll get to we covered this. I think we were basically one of the first, maybe the first place to cover this in any significant way. And we did a great interview with Forlorn Spirit, who's been a super bro and supporter of the show.
He's our boy now. Absolutely. I will die for Forlorn Spirit.
Yeah. Defend Forlorn Spirit! But yeah, fucking, it's a great record. For those who haven't heard it, you should. It is in the general orbit of stompy USBM, highly influenced by various European heathen black metal demos and things. It's got this glorious, heroic quality to it, but transposed to the American West in this kind of way that will make sense as you listen. Real variety to the songwriting. If there's a limitation to it for me, I'd say the limitation is also its strength. So like the thing that makes me maybe not like it as much as some other things on this list is also a thing that distinguishes it musically, and is a good thing. But Forlorn Spirit talked about how he was tired of people kind of writing music that was all gesture, right? Writing music that's all an exercise in a style, or that's kind of you're writing the lyrics just because you know there have to be lyrics in the song or whatever. And his way out of this is he writes kind of first personal lyrics, right? In a way that's more like rock music or punk or folk or certain kinds of folk songwriter music. And they're really badass first personal lyrics, right? You can find me in the trenches grinning ear to ear. That's a good line.
Yes.
We both like that one. Yeah. But it has this, to me, black metal, capital B, capital M, has a impersonal or inhuman quality to it. It's about, you're supposed to be channeling voices from beyond the merely human or beyond the individual. And the music and I love that the lyrics have this impersonality to them. Like sometimes, right, you'll just be, the lyrics are just like a description of a forest, a description of a battle, or sort of incoherent threats or whatever, right? Whereas I think this sort of the first personal quality is really sets this apart, and I think almost is part of this turn out of black metal proper into some kind of new outlaw music. Horns released this year I really liked. I thought it wasn't quite as, I thought Moan Gang was just a really solid horn release. I've listened to it a lot, but it wasn't like revelatory in the way Term M Hang was. But I would group it with bands like Horn and maybe with the Makwahuitl stuff that's coming out in terms of very, black metal techniques shifted into this sort of ballad-esque folk singer, storyteller, bard mode. And with that relates to the vocals too. Oldowan shoots from the hip as far as the vocals. He doesn't like try to do a voice. To me personally, they're a little too much like punk vocals for my personal taste in music like this. But again, that's one of the distinguishing factors of the music, and I wouldn't change a thing about it. It is what it is.
Yeah. Obviously, the Ultima Gash album is on my list a little further down, and yeah, I'll get to that when I get to it. I guess because I have plenty to say about that record. So number 12. Sure. Number 12 for me is an album that you brought on. Probably the first album that you brought on that I was like 100% about and I knew would be on my year-end list, and here it is. It is Imhatarikat! Stern and Burster, bitch. Oh, man. Dude. Yep. Oh, God. I listened to it again a couple nights ago just to make sure it was just as good as I thought. And yes, it is. Goddamn, Imhatarikat, Stern and Burster. I gotta order one of those t-shirts. I have to pledge a blood oath to Imhatarikat. This is such a fucking cool record. And upon re-listens, I think the thing that makes it so distinctive is, obviously it falls within this Finno-French tradition, but ultimately the distinguishing feature for it that makes it so different from the rest of those bands and elevates it is I still perceive it as this really huge Italian influence. This like burly, florid quality. It's more emotive than most of the Finno-Frankish bands that still want to be, vampires and werewolves. Imhatarikat is just an incredibly powerful dude. And all of the magic in him is just sort of emerging from these bursts of pure emotion. And the suggestion of that was that it would be the most pussed out black metal record of all time, but it's actually one of the most powerful and energetic records. The melodies are incredible. I love the explosive lead guitar stuff. I love how he only operates at 100 miles an hour. He has no other modes. It's probably the most single-minded record probably on the list this high. There's exactly one idea being portrayed, and I love that idea, and I cannot wait for more records, and I cannot wait to thank you for showing me one of my new favorite bands.
Aw, thanks, bud. I'm glad you liked it that much. I mean, I think for me, I find parts of that record, I think my considered opinion is that there are ways that guy writes riffs that I'm not crazy about. Ways he writes melodies that maybe have to do with the fact that he's going for the broad outlines of a certain emotion. And it's very written to be played while yelling. Right. And I think I like it at its best. I think I like it best when it's at its most kind of berserk. When the riffing really is just big blocks of kind of glorious sounding chords, or kind of like just rip. There are a couple real ripping punk riffs on that. I like that record a lot. I think it can become kind of formless on other parts, which again might relate to his interest in chaos magic and whatever, sort of anti-cosmic stuff. But like, and I guess to me, I hear it as sounding more like Migla than you do, I think. Like, I feel like it sounds like Migla and hardcore. Like, I don't hear the Finno-French thing at all, really. But I can hear the
hardcore, definitely. Yeah.
I hear the Italian thing for sure also. Who knows if he actually listens to Spite Extreme Wing, because as we constantly find out, nobody does.
Yeah, basically.
But certainly the sort of, flamboyant virility definitely reminds me of that. I think the middle of that Imahara record is like the best stuff he's done and is really just really killer. But I think I'm a stickler about certain things, and I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for the Imahara record that does it for me front to back. But I don't think he gives a rat's ass.
Dude, I'm just waiting for the gym to open again so that I can just fucking power lift to Imha Tarakat for 6 hours a day.
Let's go. Yeah. So what are we on now? We're on 11.
Yeah.
All right. Why did I throw this on 11? I'm not sure. I just knew it had to be on the list. And I knew that it was really quite good. But yeah, this is Rotting Kingdom, A Deeper Shade of Sorrow. This is not something we talked about on the show. I think this record came out just before Terminus started. And it's, what is it? It's part of this Lexington, Kentucky scene that I have a lot of respect for, as far as like real American underground scenes. That's one of the better ones. And it's sort of upper mid-tempo death doom. It's like if you took sort of Peaceville Gothic Doom and Gothic Death Doom and just gave it cocaine, right? And that's such a record critic thing to say. I hate that I hate that I said that, but it's like the thing that sounds closest to, for anyone who knows, is October Tide.
Okay.
Which is this sort of which is this Catatonia-related project that had that same kind of melancholic, Melodeath-adjacent florid Gothic thing to it, but was just driving, hammering headbang riffs with like, almost rock and rolly AC/DC undertones to it, as depressing as it was. And this band did a really good EP last year or the year before, and made good on it. And I've only listened to this album a little bit, and I went back to it today to see, should this be on the year-end list? And then I was like, oh, fuck yeah, it should be. And the other thing is that although it has this, it sounds like they listen to Sisters of Mercy a lot. It sounds like they have a real ear for the medievalisms in the guitar. But despite all that attention to melody and atmosphere, it also sounds like they listen to Ripiculo.
Oh, that's always fucking awesome.
Yeah, and there are some extremely gory vocals.
Yeah, I know absolutely nothing about this band. I'm surprised you didn't tell me about it, because that sounds like right up my alley. So I'll definitely have to check it out. Not much more to say. I haven't heard that record, so...
Well, I completely forgot about it. I think I listened to it, like, while I was doing some other stuff, like, before Terminus. And I was like, oh, this is good. I need to listen to this more. And then, we started the show, and it's every week and every week and every week. I'm glad I remembered it.
No, that's cool, man.
Yeah, you would like it, Mike. Yeah.
No, definitely. I'll definitely need to check that out, because just what you're describing. Because one, October Tide is very cool, and kind of too forgotten by people. And as soon as you mention Ripicolu, my ears perk up, because there's an argument where they're the greatest metal band of all time. Because Musta Ceremonia is one of the greatest metal records of all time. So for my number 11, before we break for a little interlude halfway through, a record from the early days of the show that we both kind of made a blood pact to feature as one of the best of the year. And I hope you haven't forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean,
okay.
So obviously it's going to be the band that says, "This was so cold!" And that's going to be Zabalba with Años de Infierno. Like,
nice.
Dude, it's the beatdown record of the year. It is one of the most artistic beatdown hardcore releases I've ever heard. It turns beatdown into this sort of transcendent, hypnotic form, substantially owing to these very experimental song structures and the perpetual alteration of style throughout the record. I mean, there's huge hardcore bangers early on, but slowly over the course of the album, the energy seems to be sapped away until we're left with basically funeral doom at the end. And it's beautiful music. It really makes me feel something, and it elevates the whole death metal hardcore thing into the stratosphere. Every sort of death metal meets hardcore band is going to be compared to this album from now on for me.
Oh, it pairs well with Rotting Kingdom for sure. Yeah, it didn't make my list because I just haven't gone back to it. I think also, maybe like when I think of wanting to listen to hardcore, I'll reach for something that's like less of an artwork than that, right? Or like less gloomy. But like, you're right, it's a masterpiece, and it's a real full album record. That's the thing. Often it's like, I want to jam some tracks or whatever, but that is a full album experience. And if you just extract the hardcore bangers from it, you are missing a lot of what makes it good. Right? I mean, not that the bangers aren't good there. Not that the bangers aren't good. Xibalba invented it, and they're masters of this style.
No, I think, what you're saying is part of what makes this record so great is that it's a very challenging listen. It insists that you listen to the entire thing. Even the hardcore bangers, if you listen to them in isolation, it feels like something is missing. And what's missing is the track before and after. These are songs that really only fully work in the context of the album. There's very challenging decisions that have been made in the songwriting, starting or ending tracks in these sort of liminal spaces that demand a response before or after. Really it is sort of like a 35-40 minute beatdown song that transitions through multiple movements. And I think that, it's a challenging listen, but it rewards you tremendously for it. And I've noticed that a lot of people, like critically, have been a little bit critical of this record just because they've been talking about how, it doesn't just have it doesn't have Cold on it or something. It doesn't have just like obvious single tracks. Well, no, they're doing something new. And I personally really love it for that fact.
People criticize
Yes, dude, it's weird. People don't get it. People don't get that you're supposed to... Yeah, no, it's an art beatdown record you have to listen to as a single track.
Yeah, well, this is patronizing ideas about hardcore, right? Sort of like stay in your corner, kind of make the hardcore songs. I mean, unless you're talking about like hardcore. Are you talking about metal critics talking about it or hardcore?
Metal critics, I guess, from what I've seen.
Yeah. So it's like, they expect it to be a certain kind of thing, and it's not. I mean, yeah, I should listen to it more or again. A thing I have listened to in the last month or two is Cold.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, in the last month, definitely in the last.
Always.
Few weeks.
I listen to Cold
or not just Cold. Not just Cold, to Madre Mia. Sorry, to the whole first album I've listened to recently.
Yeah. No, I listen to Cold at least several times a week, and I have for multiple years now.
is the tail end of the first track, followed by Il pleut dans mon cœur, which means it rains in my heart, on Et là, je n'étais pas fait pour cette haine, which is by the band Dégénérescence. And this is being obviously a French band. This was pressed earlier in the era on tape by Teutonic Fury Records, and he is doing a repress. The first press sold out, so if you're interested in this sort of thing, keep an eye on his Instagram page. Teutonic Fury has been a major supporter of Terminus this year. He's really hyped our stuff on the web and given us some good tips. So cheers to you, dude.
Yeah, man. Thanks a lot.
And his personal comment he sent when he sent this was, you guys talk on the show about the convergence between Screamo and French black metal. And he said, I have no idea whether it's intentional or not, but you can definitely hear it on this. So
definitely. So big props to Teutonic Fury, and thanks a lot for supporting us. And when you get some new shit out, man, we're gonna cover you. Just give me some new releases.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we need to figure out his release schedule.
Yeah, because he does things like very approximately. It's like, okay, but all right, back.
He's extremely underground.
Yeah, it's like release dates. What are those? Fucking, it comes out when it comes out. So, all right, so. Back half of the list. Now we get into the serious shit, our back 10. So, Black Metal Guy, what do you have for number 10 for Records of the Year?
Well, this maybe could have been higher in terms of how much I listened to it. And it was certainly the first thing I found on the show where I was like, damn, this is year end. But number 10 is Oppressive Descents, Alchemy and War.
I knew it had to be on here at one point.
Dude, fucking love that record. If there's any, I remember when I first heard it, I was like, shit, is this going to be my album of the year? I mean, a lot has come out since then, and we've had a real sort of, everyone, tries to save some of the big shit for the last couple months, but it's been pretty intense the last couple months in terms of big new good releases coming out. I think if there's any limitation to it, it's mostly just that it's a one-man project, right? Or maybe two at most. Let me see. Double check. But
I think it's a one-man thing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's one man. So it's one. It's just Grand Nefarious, who some of you may remember from, he played in Uvia at some point. Maybe as a live member. But yeah, so it is, I sung its praises amply, pretty over the summer, but this is just an integration of every major strain of sort of continental black metal. It has a lot of the Franco-Finnish style, but also you pointed out a fair amount of Slav stuff sneaking in there. And I think the overall mood is very Teutonic. It's got a kind of, stern, a sort of stern, solemn, Germanic kind of feel to it overall. The samples and titles seem to sort of suggest a World War I kind of theme. As you said about Just Before Dawn, this record sort of has a two-sided look at war. It's it starts off with samples of what sounds like horses getting shelled. So the inhumanity, the cruelty, the cruelty, the fear, the pain, the loss, the senselessness of it all are all very upfront in a way that it is in any of the great works of literature that confront World War I. But at the same time, there are these soaring aristocratic melodies over it all in this sort of very old world pre-war kind of way. And, I think some songs on there are stronger. I think they're all strong songs. A couple of them are just really good riff-driven black metal songs, like Irradiant Bastions of Endless Spite. But I think for both of us, the highlight of that record is The Unfettered Glee, Game of Lucifer's Wings, which was
That's a banger.
one of the songs of the year for me. One of the songs of the year for me has some great riffs, and it towards the end it becomes transcendent. So really, really good one-man release. Strong album closer to 1,000 Wounds of Malcontent, which we didn't even talk about on the show. I mean, nothing much more to say than that. I listened to it a ton, and I bought the shirt.
Yeah, no, I think I'll say it's a very good album. It didn't make it on my list, but I think it's just kind of a matter of degree. Where it's like the Oppressive Descent record is more spread out than a lot of these kind of melodic black metal records this year have been. But I think that like all of its constituent parts were done a little better by other bands on my list. So I think that there's an argument to be made for it being featured just because it's doing more than a lot of those bands. But you know how I am. I go into that sort of like razor of specialization a lot of the time. And if you've got a band who's doing 3 things as an A- versus a band that's doing 1 thing as an A+, it might be unfair, but I'll usually go with the latter. And I think that's the only reason this wasn't featured for me.
Oh, I'd say he's doing the big melodic riffs as an A+, man. I mean, but those aren't in every track.
Yeah, I mean, there's some more like straight kind of second wavy tracks that didn't grab me as much, so that's probably part of it too.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
I'm not going to knock it. It's a really good record.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I feel you also. I mean, like, there's, as you pointed out, that he's drawing on all these different strains of underground BM. He's integrating them. Maybe the next step in the project is to melt them down and fuse them a bit more and get a little bit outside, a little bit further past the 8 of this, 4 of that, 8 of this, 4 of that kind of thing, right? In some of those songs, it's sort of like he does that formula as well as you possibly can. And the next step is following songs like Unfettered Wings past that.
Yeah, I can see that. That's fair.
Yeah.
So my number 10, another kind of forgotten record from early days of the show, but I keep coming back to because it is God, there's this whole theory I have about like, can you have an album that is perfect but not an all-timer? And I think this might be an example of it, and it's The Committee with Utopian Deception.
Nice.
It's like, this is as polished as black metal gets in the underground scene. Honestly, I think it's more polished in a songwriting sense than a lot of the stuff that comes out on major labels. I mean, these are almost like elongated pop songs or rock songs in a lot of ways, but the sheer perfection with which The Committee composes these kinds of pop black doom songs is absolutely outstanding, and they improve with every record. And this might be the ultimate example on my list of craftsman's music. The Committee does not have any new ideas present on this record, but their execution of those ideas is so perfect that it would be amiss not to include them. I think this is about as good as sort of pop black metal gets.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that marks it as underground is how much more completely it pursues and realizes that kind of quote unquote pop vision. Like you said, it's contempt. The Committee's contempt for the mainstream, their sort of underground elitism, is manifest in the way they sort of calmly write them under the table.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, it's in that sense, it's extraordinarily accessible. I think you said when we reviewed it, and I think you're right, it's one of the best things you could play for a friend who hasn't heard black metal before, maybe has heard some of the growly vocals in some context, but needs to be introduced to black metal. it does have that,
Yeah, yeah,
but at the same time, it has its elitism purely through quality of writing. Um, I liked it a lot too. I listened to it again. Certainly caught the kind of apocalyptic mood of the summer, as I think Oppressive Descent did as well. Uh,
yeah. I can see that.
but I think the committee is very, very much a band for our times, and yeah, I like it. Yeah, not on my list, but I like it a lot, and I'm sure I'll listen to it again.
Definitely. All right. So number 9. What do you got?
One that is, I guess it was already on your list, so I've just got Gendod Angret, right?
There we go. Yeah. So what did you feel about Gendo, man?
We pretty much agreed, dude. I mean, but for me, it was, I guess for you, it was your first time hearing them. For you, it was like, oh, this sort of, here's like the first band playing traditional styled Scandinavian black metal with any trace of originality, right, for you, and it gripped you in a way you
In
didn't
a lot of
expect.
years. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I listened to both their records before this and liked it a lot. The first one had, or I don't, yeah, I think the first full length had a kind of miserable, sort of almost depressive quality to it. The second one kept that, but entered this more sort of glorious, folky, toke influence territory with some really beautiful songs. And then this sort of keeps all that, but just cranks up the aggression to war metal levels, right? And there's all this really interesting stuff with rhythm that most black metal bands, especially second wave worshippers, completely forget about. There's all this unexplored rhythmic space that black metal bands could be working with without getting fancy or technical. And although these guys are really good musicians, they're not like flashy or technical musicians. It's not, they're not
Yeah.
like they're not mathy riffs. They just have rhythmic ideas other than constant stream of tremolo, right? Um
Hmm.
and I think, yeah, do a really good job of yeah, for me black metal should have both the sort of crushing dissonant attack riffs and sort of glorious heroic melodies, and preferably the more each of those parts sounds like the other, the better. The more those ends of the
Yeah.
spectrum are
That's
woven.
correct.
That's important for me. The more those ends of the spectrum are woven together, the better. And I think this does that really well because the melodies are brutal, but not in a sort of I'm so evil way. Uh, and the heroic parts often flow seamlessly from those. And there's so much, movement in the left hand stuff, so much uh, color in the chords, and just, powerful note choices that all the more exuberant stuff still rips. It's not really, there's no like part where it's like, oh, here's the pretty happy part, right? It's there's no like,
Yeah.
here's the pop hook. It just is all flattening, right? And you, I think,
Yeah. I said on the episode, it was like, God damn, it really does sound like the cover. It's cold, my feet hurt, there's a wolf, and this sucks. But all of those constituent things are also kind of glorious in their own way. So it really channels this pure essence of second wave black metal. Albums like De Mysteries Dom Satanas, where there's this agglutinative quality of these incredibly bleak, aggressive things with these glorious melodies, and those are not separate things. They are parts of a distinct whole.
oh, absolutely, really agree. And it's yeah, you did a great job. If you people haven't heard the death metal guy's take on this record, he like went on a tear on his review of this because he'd listened to it more times than I had when we did the review, and he like did the he did this fully fleshed out emotive review that's wonderful. But
Oh, thanks, buddy.
yeah, I liked it. I was like, damn, I should have said that. Uh, but it's other than that, this record is far more of a Viking black metal record than all the bands that cover their records in runes or whatever, right? This
Oh,
record,
I agree. Yeah. It's
it's
like,
got this kind of 19th century romantic realist painting on the cover. It wears its sort of cultural, wears its culture on its sleeve, but it's not hitting you over the head with like martial symbolism or just like, hey, Vikings, hey, think about Vikings. The music just exudes it far more than any kind of tired rehash of the same old mythological reference points or song titles or whatever. They don't need to signal it because they is it.
yeah, I like that. And
Yeah.
I think I might have mentioned it on that episode, but if you want someone with a similar vibe, albeit in a very different kind of black metal style, man, you gotta check out Blood Axe. I know I've been talking to you about them for a while, but yeah, Blood Axe, I think that would hit a similar note for you.
Oh, sure. That's a great name. I just looked it up. Oh shit, this guy's from Canada. Oh my god, dude. I can immediately tell this is awesome.
Dude, he's from like the Northern Territories, dude. He's from middle of nowhere,
No,
Northern Canada.
if you were a Canadian playing Scandinavian themed black metal in the late 90s, early 2000s, that shit is just gnarly. Uh,
Definitely.
there was I remember the ultimate trenchcoat black metal band was this band that was part of the early Invictus Records roster. When Invictus had more of a focus and was kind of a statement label, there was this band called Allfather.
Mhm.
I think the music was maybe even too technical for me at the
Oh, I
time.
know Allfather. Yeah, no,
Dude,
Allfather was fucking cool, dude.
they were sick, right? It's like I'd probably like it more now. I'd get it more. But I just could tell they were fucking cool, right? And those guys wore trench coats.
Always a
Yeah.
good sign.
Yeah.
So
Uh,
my number 9 is the first album on this podcast where I declared it my favorite of the year at the time. Uh, and that's going to be Black Funeral's Scourge of Lamashtu, um, which is such a hard record to describe in that it's sort of like got this raw juvenile quality of early Black Funeral, but with this sort of understated resolute beauty to it, um, where you acknowledge that the people involved are getting older, but that's only sharpened their sense of what they want to do. And also, I got kind of emotional during the review where I was talking about, as we get older, you get further and further away from those sort of like sparking emotions that get you into black metal. And this record, to me, which might be totally myself reading into it, was a sort of interpretation of what do you do in black metal as you get older? Well, you find a way to sublimate those original emotions into the sort of thing you're experiencing as you get older. And I guess if there's a record that can make me think and feel that much about this kind of music so many years after being into it, yeah, it's worthy of being on the list. It's a beautiful album, I think.
it really is. Yeah. It's not on my list because it just has this eccentric this is thisness to it, but I can see myself
Yeah.
coming back. I can see myself coming back to it. I also knew it'd be on yours. But it's the songwriting is also just impeccable. There are like two riffs on most of those songs, right? Like
Yeah.
maybe I
And
mean it
somehow
feels
it
like
works.
two
Yeah.
riffs, maybe three. And it's just they're all kind of magnificent. And this is the guy the guy writing the guitar parts, right? It's still the classic Black Funeral guy doing vocals and lyrics, but the guy doing most of the instrumentation is the dude from Drown in the Light, which is a band that both of us had kind of
Dismissed.
poo-pooed.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're one of those super prolific internet projects, and I'm sure the quality is uneven. However, I went back and listened to the first Drown in the Light record after we did that, and it's really cool. It's just kind of like,
Okay.
yeah, it's sort of, it's like a lot of this Australian stuff. It's like sort of DSBM, but a lot of the riffing style is way more sort of like raw heathen black metal following the voice of blood, but sad, or
Yeah, I mean,
satanic war,
a lot of
or like
Australian
or more
stuff.
like sad Anik Warmaster. Sorry, that was a horrible pun.
It's interesting. It's interesting. It feels like a lot of Australian stuff does sort of center broadly around a sort of DSBM idea, which is very interesting.
Yeah, if it's not war metal, it's sort of DSBM, and the DSBM is all kind of more sword oriented than you'd expect.
So yeah, it's
Are
definitely. I knew this wasn't going to be on your list, but yeah, I got to include it because it's just like one of those weird personal connections that. I mean, that's why I listen to this music is for experiences like that. So,
dude, I mean the organ on that record, the organ or key sounds, the sort of garagey organ is
yeah,
also really
it's so
unique.
sick.
Oh,
All right, so but number 8, what have you got?
Horna, Kualaman Curio. This
Really?
is yeah. I thought I might not listen to it again. And I went back to it and listened on several repeats, and I heard new things each time it spun through. There was a whole song that both of us missed going through it the first time, which is, gonna be something in Finnish about cathedrals. Let's see. Karsimisten Katedrali. We'd both passed that one over probably because it just sounded like a Horna song. But when I went back and listened to that, it was just really good. Like I stopped what I was doing to listen to it. There's just a lot of I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's like I could put the Gyandod ahead of this in terms of what like indicates the direction that say Scandinavian black metal could go or should go, where some potentials for growth are. The Gyandod, and I've always wanted steamrollering, bulldozing, second wave stuff like the Gyandod. The energy, I love, and I love the focus on it. But maybe it's a sign I'm getting old that there's a subtlety to the Horna that I really like. And I thought hard about which one to put. I thought hard about which one to put before the other, and I decided feels right to put the Horna first, but definitely with the caveat that they're both the Gyandod's awesome also. And maybe it's partially also deference to masters. Deference to the deference
fair.
to the originators of the black craft, right? But there's a lot to sink into with that record. And I think it has. I tried to think: is there also another difference with the Gyandod? Gyandod's 2 dudes. Horna is 5 at this point. Full band effect. Something we've started to. We have our little themes on Terminus that we like to hammer on, and God, we got to get a whole new brace of them for this year. But got to get some new quick. We need some new ideas. But one we've started thinking about more is like in a time when it's so easy to do one-man projects, and when there are so many like shockingly good one-man projects, full band playing is really important. Gyandod are clearly just like 2 fucking dudes who are good friends and they get along as musicians and collaborators. They make their shit. It does have live energy to it. Absolutely. But like Horna is like 5 dudes who've been playing together for a really long time. And a thing that I didn't realize was that Shatrug was co-writing with the other guitarist here, which lends a different feel to things too. There's a kind of subtlety to it. There's lots of different feelings on the album. We did a pretty detailed review of it recently, so there's no need to describe it too much more, except it greatly opens up the range of Horna's sound. And has that kind of reverent atmosphere that Horna has at their best. I don't know. Yeah, I just decided I liked it a lot, and that whether I put it between, and it was clear that it should be on the first 10 rather than the second 10.
I get that. No, I think it's something we didn't get the time to because that spiraled out of control, that fucking Horner review. But something I was going to talk about when we reviewed it was, I think that there's almost a sort of delineation between black metal listeners.
Mm-hmm.
There's a billion ways to split them in half. This is arbitrary, but to make it more immediate, there are kind of Horna people and Sargeist people, I think. And I think that your decision of which you prefer actually says a lot about you as a black metal listener. And for me, this kind of goes back to like that razor sharp thing. I'm a Sargeist guy all the way. That Horner record's very good, but ultimately about half of it is very good renditions of ideas that I ultimately don't find that interesting, if that makes sense. So ultimately, there's only so into it I can get, just because it's not made for me, and I'm fine with it. It's like the Eisenskirt record. It's like, I know this is a good execution of these ideas. These are just ideas that I'm not the audience for, and there but for the grace of God go I. I'm glad you guys are enjoying yourselves.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're a Sargeist guy, and you want your, you want as much big, epic, neoclassical Shutrug riff as possible crammed into each song.
Definitely. Yeah. That's what I'm into, man. So for my number 8, here's another record that we've forgotten about. And this feels a little bit like cheating, because this is a compilation featuring older material by this band.
Ooh, dirty.
It is dirty, and I'm wondering if you know who it is just from that word. But I'm including it because this is the first time I've been exposed to this band, and it's such an awesome thing to be exposed to. I'm just happy that I found it. Even if it's a compilation of old material, I found it in 2020. It was released in 2020. And god damn it, it's Sale Fru's Le Dernier Corbeau du Monde.
Oh, filthy. Covered in mud.
Absolutely. The dirty bird themselves.
Man, I figured, so I thought about including it. I figured you would put it somewhere prominent on your list, so I was like, let him get it. But yeah, that record rules. I haven't gone back to it, but it rules.
Oh, dude, I've gone back to it. This is like, if I'm in a coffin is the DSBM record you show to people who don't like DSBM to prove that it has like real purpose. The Sale Fru record here is the one that you show to people who are already into DSBM when you want to like nod out with a couple bottles of wine apiece in your apartment in the dark too. This has such a gripping atmosphere. It's a DSBM record that does not revolve around the sort of sentimental ideas you imagine. It really is the soundtrack to stumbling around the moors of northwestern France with a bottle of wine. It's singular. It's razor sharp in its intent and execution.
Yeah, that's a good example of a sort of single-minded record.
Oh, yeah, it's totally single-minded music, and given that it's a compilation of stuff, clearly this is the only mode this guy works in. And it's a mode that I love, and it is all of the feelings that other people get from, like, Peste Noire, but for me. And, no, it's just, and I remember when I was listening to this, I was working at a fucking telemarketing call center, and I remember there was like a 3-week period where on my commute there and back, I would just listen to this record because it conveyed how pathetic and dreary life was at that time.
Oh, and, God.
Yeah, it got it, dude. So yeah, man, Sale Fru, man, one of my new favorite bands, apparently very well known in the French scene, but hasn't really gotten over the Atlantic. And I'm happy that we hopefully introduce them to a few people.
Yeah, sick. We both need to check out his other band, Drakenhael.
I think that one's a little bit more like normal black metal. Which is not to say that it's bad, but I think that's probably one people know a little bit more, possibly.
I've
I don't
no,
know.
I've heard of Salafromor. I knew people who were into this. I just had never heard it. It's this is the sort of thing that's into that, this is one of the better known bands for people who are into a certain. This is a band for people who listened to Black Salice before it was cool.
Yeah, like
Does
us.
that? Yeah, true, indeed. Yeah.
And
Um.
for the record, just to yeah, I said it when we originally reviewed this record, but I want to repeat it now. Off Metal Archives, lyrical themes, old stuff, melancholy, ravens, occult. Now, heartache, despair, North France, alcohol. And that is the exact paradigm that every French black metal band should fucking adhere to.
Hey, what happened to the Ravens?
Oh, they're
Get
still
those
there.
Ravens.
They're in the
Yeah,
name.
get those Ravens back in there. No, I mean he's in his pseudonym. No, his pseudonym's Dunkel. But yeah, his metal, his picture for Drakenhael is him with a raven on his shoulder. Dude is a fucking cool guy.
Well, yeah, I talked about how he was like a falconer and shit at like a
Hmm.
French amusement park or something back in the day. There's this cool sprawling interview in French that I had to just like Google translate, and I can say without any doubt this is one of the most black metal people that's ever existed. So salute to fucking Saleh Fru. Beautiful
Salute.
music. Can't wait for more.
What number are we
Number
at? We
7.
are at 7. All right, a magic number. Panakita, Cabareta Eterna.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah, dude, it fucking rules.
It does rule. I'm just
Uh,
surprised that it's
it's
this high up.
maybe it's maybe it's sort of maybe it's my Czech ancestry giving me a bias, but I think it's really good. I mean that it has why yeah, maybe I put it so high just to make people notice it. People in the States at least notice it. I think it's probably doing well in Europe. So for those who haven't heard, we did a pretty big review of it recently. This is a southern Czech band from the sort of mountainous Shumawa region, and it's on the border of Germany. And the lyrics have a lot to do with local history and folklore. It is musically, you could say it works in the format, general structures of a band like Crota or something, kind of shifting styles within a broadly folky black metal naturey kind of mood. But so many of the riffs, as the death metal guy pointed out, are like straight up ripping power metal riffs. Um it this record to me has a lot of heart. It has some of the most it is the best clean vocals of the year, I think. Um that one track that's like glorious Slavonic folk oratory, right? You can see him standing on a table holding a lute while he declaims that, right? Making a toast, right? Other people are like fighting with swords in the hall, right? It's just for fun while he's singing that. It's I don't know. You know what? It's made with love. It communicates a lot of love for a place. And it's yeah, I think just the amount, it's also just the amount of gob-stopping riffs that come out over the album over and over again. Like, you get to the back end and you think, surely I've heard all the good songs by now. And then they whip out that one with the completely unpronounceable, really long title that you
Yeah,
played.
the one that I had
Um,
to fucking get through.
and I think it's, an important thing also is that, like, it's not weighted too much to either side. That is, the punchy sort of power metal kind of mellow death type riffing, which might turn off some Terminus listeners, but I promise you, even if you think you don't like it, you'll like it. And if you don't, you're lying. Um, is offset by really good folk black metal riffing, like pagan black metal riffing, like big, thick, powerful chords, interesting harmonies. Lots in common again, I think, with like Krotos Fimbulvinter or Druid. Um, it's just stirring heroic stuff, fortifying for the spirit. And yeah, I think it's cool.
Oh no, this is a great record. This is one of those like uh the only reason I didn't include it is because I figured that you would, and I had to pad out like a few
Mm-hmm,
slots
mm-hmm.
for brutal death records that I knew you wouldn't cover. But um, no,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
this is absolutely an outstanding album. It is the power metal record of the year. That no one that no one will feature. It's
Mm-hmm.
beautiful. It's varied. Yeah, riff to riff, it's outstanding. It has the sort of detail oriented riffcraft of early US power metal, which is a scene that is ripe to take ideas from and experiment with. Um, it's a very long record that absolutely justifies every minute of its running time. Literally, the only reason it's not on my list is because I figured you would have it, and we're just trying to make as much space as we can. You know what I mean? Because it's definitely up there as one of my favorites of the year, and one that I will be revisiting.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. I get that. When I was listening to, I think the feeling I had that summed it up. I like went back and listened to it again tonight to try to like, or part of it to try to like just confirm, like, do I actually want to put this as high on the list as um, and
Yeah,
the track that I chose. Let's see, make sure which one it is. I think is that one with the huge vocal hook? Is that Trump? Which one is that? I want.
I think it's the insanely long one.
No, it's not the insanely long one. It's I think it's Trumpus. Yeah, it's Trumpus, which I'm guessing might be Czech for Krampus or whatever. But I went back and listened to that, and you might
Okay.
think that the massive vocal hook, that was the one I was talking about before, is like the center of the song in the way a pop song is or a heavy metal song is, like a fun metal song. You might think, oh, this is the chorus and the rest of it's a delivery device. It's not. Every single riff on that
Mhm.
track kills. Everyone is worth hanging out with. Yeah, every riff is worth hanging out with. They cycle through a bunch. You would think maybe the song is
Yeah,
over
it's
and they
only
pull
one
out like a
part. Yeah.
stonker on the back end of it. Um, so in that sense, it's really structured like extreme metal. It really is written like a black metal album and a very kind of full spectrum, ambitious one. And yeah, so I think that's a really good example of just how jam packed that is with good stuff. I just was like, well, there it is. That settles it for me. This track isn't just the big hook; it's the whole damn thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Very good record.
Mm-hmm.
Highly recommended to everyone. So my number seven, which is almost certainly also on your list. Um, big ups to Nick. Into
Oh
Oblivion's
yeah,
Winds of
Nick.
Serpentine Ascension.
Yeah. And by Nick, we mean, for people who are jumping in the show, Nick is the guy from Hessian Firm, the label that put it out and told us to listen to.
I mean, what is there to say that we didn't say on the show? There is a version of this list where
Mm-hmm.
it's number one for the year. There's just stuff that hits me more personally than this. But there is absolutely an argument to be made that this is the metal record of the year. Um, these are the only guys carrying forward the sort of vision of bands like Axis of Advance. Uh, their understanding of the potential scope of extreme metal is beyond essentially anyone in the scene. The riffs are longer and melodically more complex than anyone in the scene, even though they have fewer notes than any given tech death band. Uh, the songs are sprawling and majestic and keep your attention constantly. The sheer breadth and range of this music is outstanding. This is the good version of what the high school kid who always said, metal's a lot like classical music, actually always said to you. This is the actual realization of it. This is extreme metal as classical music, but sort of transcending both. And it's one of the finest releases of the year.
Agreed, and I suppose I'll talk about it more when we get to it. For me, so
I knew that had to be on both of ours. So.
oh, for sure, yeah. That it's just awesome. It's just really cool, man. Yeah, for those of you who haven't, my tidbit for this part will just be, if you haven't checked this record out yet, you absolutely should. And the cover of it is guys on a Viking ship looking out at the dawn as a eagle carrying a serpent, I think, in the style of Nietzsche's Zarathustra's birds in Thus Spake Zarathustra, or Zarathustra's animals, sort of returns to the ship. And I realized it's almost kind of like an inversion of like the Noah's Ark thing, right? Where they send out a dove.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, but here that it's the eagle and the serpent.
The only way to make it more accurate for the style of the music is all the guys on the longship need to be like subtly carrying like laser assault rifles.
I was gonna, yes, yeah.
That's the only thing.
No, heavy bolters.
Yes, heavy bolters, absolutely. Because you need some future in that, because there's some future as well as past in this music.
Oh, for sure. But, yeah, very much so.
So what about number 6?
Number 6, Sepulchral Curse. Only Ashes Remain.
Oh, really?
It's just a really good record. Will I listen to it as much as many of the black metal things on my list? No, but it's a really good record. And I have listened to it. You know, I interviewed those guys a couple weeks ago, so maybe it's upwards in my mind because of that. But like, that interview will be out before this episode is out, I think. But I've listened to it walking around drunk in the snow, and it's great. So this is Finnish death metal that breaks out of the OSDM ghetto. It sort of draws completely on early 90s influences, pulls them together in unexpected ways to create something that opens up some new possibilities for that style. Kind of in the way Gyenda does with Norse black metal, I think. It's delivered with far more... Yeah, it's...
Yeah, I can see that.
There's the Finnish sense of, people, it's very hard to describe what it is of Finnish death metal, but there's the kind of, maybe Lovecraftian sublimity of, I think, a lot of Finnish death metal. The kind of melodic tint even on the dissonant death metal riffing, and with a lot of influences from Swedish black and death metal and Finnish black metal incorporated. I think I compared it to when we listened to it was Sentenced, North from Here, which is a just fucking masterpiece of a record. Like Sentenced, it does a lot of things black metal does, but from within a thoroughly death metal framework. Like, really a death metal record. Technically demanding, burly, super low, has extreme gutturals, which a lot of OSDM bands don't have anymore. But the vocals are crushing.
Yeah.
You know, people, oh God, this is my one use of the word, oh shit, I already used crushing to describe riffs. You gotta not use the word crushing too much in metal criticism. So, let's go with, we'll go with floor shaking growls, right? And, the growls shouldn't be able to, somebody shouldn't be growling that low in music this fast, but he is. And as I talked with them, about in the interview, it seems like a lot of the writing is done. The writing is heavily influenced by their drummer Tommy, but there are three songwriters in the band: the
Mhm.
guitarist Yako and another one of the guitarists. All do writing, um, and the whole band is involved in the process in general. Uh, and so it's very complete music, and I think we both really loved that massive epic on the back end of the album. Which, and if this is on your list,
Oh yeah.
if this is on your list as I assume it might be, we will talk more about that. But great record.
Yeah, we'll talk about it pretty shortly, actually.
All right.
But first off, my number six, probably the biggest surprise for me this year, especially for making the year-end list, it's actually gonna fucking be Mongrel's Cross, Arcana,
Hell
Scrying, and
yeah!
Revelation. This is such a banger of a record, and it's sort of like the Paniquita is like I jokingly say is the power metal record of the year.
Mm-hmm.
The Mongrel's Cross might be like the speed thrash record of the year.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
It
yeah.
is this took me by complete surprise because it's an Australian black thrash record, which is a certain kind of style that's just never worked for me. I've tried a dozen times and it's just never actually landed. But then you pulled this record on the show, and it was like I was looking at it, I'm looking at the cover, and I'm looking at the song titles. I'm like, "Fuck, man,
You're like,
is this actually gonna nail it?"
yeah, you're like, oh, the black metal guy brought some medieval shit. Okay, here it goes. Ugh.
Oh, it's like medieval, but I know it's Aussie black thrash. It's gonna be fucking lame. Apparently not. Apparently it's one of the finest, like, kind of trad heavy metal records of the year. Yeah, no, it is the finest, like, kind of trad inspired record of the year. Um, it's incredibly fun. There's an unbelievable amount of nuance given to these riffs. It's a band that never settles down into a comfortable pattern. There's a ton of nervous energy, which I think might be one of the things that really drew me to this is like it's black thrash and kind of like heavy metal, but it's also kind of like brutal death in the way that it just like never settles into something comfortable. It's constantly in motion and constantly churning through new musical ideas.
Yeah.
It's just man, if you're a guy like me that is always into the most extreme thing, check this out because it is in its own sort of niche the most extreme thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it basically created its own niche, like one that nobody had really thought of before. I know exactly what you mean about the sort of flowing quality, constantly transforming, one part shifting under another. Only thing I'd change about that is it's I know what you mean by nervous energy, as in it's sort of like hurrying to get ahead. It's sort of it's like shaking with how much energy it has, right? But it's also
Yeah.
really it has this kind of sublime restraint to it, or it has this effortless quality to it, right? It all kind of rolls out, and there's this well, I'll get into it when I talk about it.
Oh, we found another one, didn't we?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. This is definitely on the Terminus list for sure.
Okay, so number 5. Now we're in the real shit. What have you got for number 5?
Yeah, time to throw down. Well, a record that has stayed with me all year. Mortem's Atlantean Ouroboros.
Oh,
It's,
okay.
dude, I fucking love this one. Uh, for those who don't know, Mortem certainly have the most generic name on this list. But what an album. Two dudes who are almost certainly very good friends. There's a kind of, as you said, kind of a jamming feel, like they get together and they play in the garage. I think they're from New Jersey, but not the part that's a suburb of New York City.
Yeah.
And Atlantean Ouroboros is basically like it's it's a pretty insightful record that basically is like looking ahead to global warming catastrophe as it collides with the sort of Kali Yuga end of civilizational cycle that's so big in black metal already. And looking at it as kind of an opportunity, you know? It begins and ends with the sounds of just like giant waves. I think probably disaster movie samples and like
from like
screaming people
the
in a
day
way
after tomorrow or something.
Yeah. And like in a way that's like a little uncomfortable. Because like, you know, it's not like they're not like the horror screams that you get on a death metal or early black metal record, right? They're like frightened families running away from wall of water screams, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, but the record, so that's kind of like the oppressive descent in some ways, like starting and like some like the sample as kind of having this gut impact quality to it. But the record itself is just sort of, I guess I would describe it as like you know, pagan lumberjack black metal. You know, we've talked about the idea of outlaw, American outlaw black metal.
Yeah.
This is certainly that. It has the riffs. All that have these kind of a lot of really good riffs on this. Very melodic, but always muscular, with this kind of less like melodic in the indulgent vampiric sense and more in the sort of Conan the Barbarian, rooted in sort of pentatonic scales and Dorian scales kind of way. So it uses the Finno-French style a lot, and there are some kind of like quite beautiful kind of elegiac melancholy riffs that
or
you can hear with the sort of collapse of,
or maybe even elegiac, like the band.
Yeah, who I mentioned in connection with them a lot, and I really hope we get an elegiac full length next year. Elegiac, but elegiac the band is like more Conan the Barbarian than this in some ways. But like, so you get some. It's in this Franco-Finnish style, but in a way that emphasizes, like, let's say, the strong tones in the scale.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just the way they play their guitar, or the way he plays guitar, man. It's like there's like this. There's so much life in the picking. It's aggressively physically picked. I think I said on that interview I said it reminded me of Axis of Advance. That, along with Into Oblivion, really remind me of Axis of Advance. Sort of just massive scale to it. Sort of American, vast, craggy American landscapes. And there are things on the back end of it that get kind of expansive and pretty, but in a kind of like fast, in this kind of I guess I just said it. It moves from this more intense black metal apocalyptic mood towards this sort of very affirmative kind of standing on the mountains mood. One of them's called Mount Shasta. So, you know, you move up the mountains as the waters come in, right? And there's a track on it in particular called Macabre Incenses, which might be like possibly my track of the year. And it just has one of my favorite things, which is just like glorious, soaring, kind of Gravelandy, but just, you know, glorious, soaring riff, trem riff, into hardcore breakdown. Just you know, just like half times it, and just there's a lot of groove in the playing, a lot of clanging sounds and fry on the guitar. I don't know. I really like it. Like, a part of me almost wanted to put it higher on the list, but with something that's like a two-person garage project, like, you know, past a certain point, you're just making a statement. So I want to make this statement that I greatly enjoyed this. This is certainly one of my favorites this year, and I really like this band. I have the long sleeve.
Oh, dude.
And thanks to believe it is, for a nice note on that.
Yeah. Well, it's
Yeah.
well, it's
So
interesting.
what do you make of the mortem, or did I just talk enough?
Oh no, it was interesting you talked about Macabre Incenses, because that's actually a re-recording from the EP from last year. I really liked this record. This is another case where I expected you would have it on your list, and this probably would have gone in the 16 to 20 slot for me. It's excellent music. For me, I think it is part of a kind of like we talked about when we reviewed it, and an establishing lineage of neo USBM, if you want to call it that. USBM really finding its own identity. And it's an excellent album. And the only reason I didn't feature is because I figured you would, and you wouldn't feature any of the Brutal Death stuff, probably. Apart from one,
sure.
Apart from one, I'm waiting to see if you feature one of them on here. Yeah, no, it's a really good record. I would say it's not even a flaw, it's just a limitation, which is I think that Mortem deserves a bigger production job, a little bit more professionalism all the way through. And I think that if they manage to pull that off, it'll definitely be on next year's list. If they do another full length, which they should, I mean, they did this one in 2020 and the last one's in 2017. It's like, fucking just kick another one out in 2021, man. We're all in quarantine. You've had time to write. Just go for it.
Dude, the water's rising. We all need to hurry up.
Exactly. Yeah, no. No, very good record. I enjoyed it a lot. It just, shit, man. I had Ildskar and Imhat Tarakat and shit with more giant moments constantly going. So, but no, I'm definitely not going to knock them. Mortem are excellent. Yeah.
I think those big expansive. I think what you're saying about the production would particularly work for the back end of the record. I really like the sound on it. I couldn't complain about it at all. However, on these sort of, they have I remember they have one track where they almost do their version of a shimmering Cascadian lead.
Yeah.
And it's fine. It's a well-written version of that, and it's earned by the rest of the record. But on tracks like that, on the slower ones, or where they have these sort of big kind of almost like grunge rhythmed riffs, which is again really cool. It doesn't sound like grunge in a dumb way, but it's a characteristically American thing to do. In those kind of back end tracks that are slower, more expansive, go for the big oomph. I can see how a fuller production would help with something like that.
Yeah, certain songs, I think it was Tidal Waves, Dwarf Skyscrapers. It's
yes,
dude, give it that fucking huge, Dimmu Borgir polished production that it deserves. Because what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that the production is bad.
I don't want that.
Well, no. Well, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying the production is bad, but I'm saying that this is the kind of band that deserves a hyper-professional, maximalist production. And I think that if that could happen, it would really elevate this band to the next level, and I hope they get there.
Could you have that while preserving the raw live edge on the guitars and in the band? I mean, because the tone, I love the tone.
Well, yeah, but this is where we get into the hair splitting thing, where you're really into this raw immediacy, and I think there's places where you can sacrifice that raw immediacy but gain more in polish.
Yeah. There's
moments where polish works, dude.
You could, you could probably split the difference between these. You know, I think you could make this sound bigger while retaining the live sound or something. Like you could.
Yeah, I could see that.
It's something about like more. It's about more sonic space and more low end.
Oh yeah,
and those wouldn't be bad.
I think these guys probably recorded this in like a practice space or something like that, which I've done before, and it's very cool. But I think with music as epic as Mortem is doing, the more professional, the better for them.
Dude, they should do what Spite Extremewing did and record it in a church. Just say that you're a you play worship music. You'd like to record a record in the church. They'll give you like you'll have like an afternoon to do it. Bang it out.
That would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right, so is it my turn yet?
All right, so it's your turn.
Number 5. You might have heard of this record. It's a Sepulchral Curse with Only Ashes Remain. What a great fucking album, man. Just it's so it makes me get Finnish death metal in a way that I didn't before. You know, because it's something we talked about on the show and something you also talked about on the interview with them, which is what defines Finnish death metal. And well, I mean, that's hard to determine, but if I would say what is a modern Finnish death metal record, well, it's probably Only Ashes Remain. You've got this infusion of doom throughout everything. Even the fastest moments kind of sound like doom death in a way. You've got the slight kind of psychedelic feel of stuff like Demilich, but more than anything, there's this distinct presence of a sort of abstracted bolt thrower, which I find so fascinating.
Interesting. I didn't hear that at all. Explain that.
Oh, I think it's because Sepulchral Curse, its stationary point that it centers around is a sort of bolt thrower beat, a fast double kick with a quarter note snare over it. You know, that's where they're most comfortable. That's their stationary point in the music. And every band has a different, I'm not saying it as an insult, every band has this standing point that is what they revolve around. And so for Sepulchral Curse, I think it's that. Obviously, there's cool blast sections and there's cool, very slow sections, especially in that album closing epic, which is just, like you said when you talked about the record, probably the best song. This is the kind of band where I would love to. There was a period where every band was doing like a 25-minute single song EP. Sepulchral Curse is the only band where I actually want to hear that. I want to hear them do it. It's the old school death metal record of the year for me. Like I said, the only thing that competed with it was Just Before Dawn, but obviously the Sepulchral Curse is more advanced. It's more sophisticated, more kind of artistic, high art style. And it's an absolutely phenomenal record. I think it's one of the best that you brought on the show this year.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Yeah, I was like, like with death metal, right? It's sort of like, I hope death metal guy Senpai likes my metal record. It's, you're so difficult to please with older school stuff and European stuff. And
well, it has to be good.
I was very pleasantly surprised it connected. Well, see, that's the funny thing is back in the day, I had way more time for that Swedeath thing, and you've basically convinced me that most of it sucks.
Yeah, well, it's fucking boring, but that's the thing is Sepulchral. That's the thing that interests me about this album is Sepulchral Curse is generally operating at those kind of like mid tempos that a lot of the Swedish or Finnish bands do, but they're packing way more into those moments. The riffs are more elaborate and interesting. The rhythmic dimensions are more interesting, and it just feels like there's a really elevated idea of what's going on in this music, and it's absolutely outstanding. It's really stuck with me throughout this year.
Yeah, they're very memorable individual songs. Also, just one random thing I wanted to say is that track, that last epic track,
Yeah.
one of the coolest things about it is, it has this kind of majestic, rolling, kind of Horna meets Death Doom vibe. And then at the end, it's like they tack an Axis of Advance song onto the end of the song. It's one of like the biggest. Sorry, I'm giving it away, but it's the end of the year. You've all heard it by now. It's one of the biggest, just like claw fist moments on it. Like every time I hear that, I get a big stupid grin on my face, like, oh, here it goes.
Well, I also like how their big epic at the end is not structured like a standard big 10-minute death metal epic. No, it's kind of meandering in a good way. It doesn't have the standard kind of climax denouement feel that a lot of the stuff does. It's very singular. It's great music. It's much more sophisticated than I will say. Sepulchral Curse is the smartest and most sophisticated band in old school death metal revival, without question.
That sounds right, for sure.
All right, so number 4.
And who are we but judges of intelligence and sophistication?
Absolutely. Because remember, we're the only podcast that matters.
We are, in fact, the only metal journalism.
We are.
Sorry, that's very arrogant.
It's not. It's true.
I mean, we know a few other metal journalists, but we do think very highly of ourselves. So on to, I guess we're on number 4.
Yes, we are.
Serpent Column, Cathodos.
Alrighty, there we go.
This guy. Anytime this guy puts out an album, it'll probably be on my year-end list. I'm not the only person who's said that this year. I maintain that most people who think they really like Serpent Column do not understand the music at all. It has far more in common with Underground Black and Death than with the sort of like super progressive, like tech black with mathcore that like internet kids seem to think it is, Interestingly, this record has done the reception. I've read a lot of written reviews of this that are very positive by people who, and I think Serpent Column brings out interest from good critics. Like, I think that good written criticism these days is scarce, to say the least. But I've read some insightful reviews of this record, but all in all, like, the public reaction to it seems to be like, this isn't the sort of like, this doesn't have the sort of like pulse, frantic pulses of insanity like on, Endless Detainments, or it doesn't have the sort of like maniacal balls to the wall kind of converge feeling of Mirror and Darkness. And, well, it's a lot more like a sort of graceful and coherent black metal album. There's still a lot of influence from all sorts of music in here. You can hear almost, Meshuggah ideas of rhythm moving in the substructure of this music at times. But, the title track, Cathodos, just has one of the most gorgeous, glorious, kind of simple black metal riffs that he's had. It really kind of, I was thinking about that riff, which is one of my favorite of the year. It really parallels the riff to Sano Yesiarele, which is heroic, glorious, but it's sort of, the riff sort of triumphs, and then there's this feeling of having overcome and sort of releasing, right? whether it's into death or sort of into flight or just letting go or whatever. It's there's this sort of falling tone at the end of it, and that relates to the album title, Cathodos, right? Downgoing or descent. It's I think it's really good. There are a lot of people seem to have not gotten the end of this album. The end is a very long looping, or it's not looping. It's clearly played all the way through, but it's basically a clean-toned electric, just repeating a version of one of the elemental serpent column themes that's been there since the beginning. And since Ornuthi Thalassa. And it just builds on natural reverb over the course of the track, and just builds weight and momentum. If you are looking for entertaining sort of, if the people who went to this band because they saw it as some sort of ADHD roller coaster, which is a complete mischaracterization of the music, will not like it. But like, if you like Blazebirth Hall stuff, solemn and reflective black metal, or if you like something like Coil, How to Destroy Angels, or any intense post-industrial or noise music that requires focused attention, that closing track and these kinds of strange sound objects that open up in the middle of some of the other tracks, just like beautiful tones or like noises that sound like buildings falling down, all of that will really interest you. I think it's his most, who knows where it will fall in terms of my listing over time, but I think it feels like his most complete work to date. And it feels kind of, it feels natural and complete.
I gotcha. Well, that's interesting because you've got this much more personal kind of relationship with Serpent Column's music. For me, I mean, you've been my friend for a long time, so I've sort of followed them along with you, but I mean, I think it's fair to say it's definitely sort of like outside my typical thing. Cathodos as a whole,
absolutely,
Cathodos as a whole is very good. It's definitely a case where it's like excellent music that is not my thing. My ultimate Serpent Column record is still the Invicta EP from 2018. Just because that seems to like everything gels together on that. But also kind of like the second would actually be Endless Detainment. So I'm wondering if my interest lies more in these sort of experimental bridging EPs rather than the full lengths for Serpent Column. Very interesting, very intense, very precisely made music that is ultimately for a different sort of audience. And I think, based on the interview we did with a member, he would understand and appreciate that. It's like he's a guy that appreciates this is music guided towards and pointed towards a certain sort of person, a certain sort of path, if you will, in discovery and art and philosophy. But he recognizes there's other paths, and I think that we're just in like divergent directions. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure, man. I understand. I might as well just say or underscore one thing I'm saying about Serpent Column. It's like people, what I mean by misunderstanding it is I think this music has found the wrong audience in some ways. It was novelty seekers.
Well, it got it's a lot of tech internet. Hits, right?
Yeah, and people with kind of an Anthony Fantano attitude and all that. Wow, isn't this crazy, right? And tech kids and people who thought, oh my God, this has a slam on it, right? I mean, it does. I mean, I don't think there is a single slam on a Serpent Column album, but there are awesome breakdowns.
Yeah, well,
Uh,
it's not,
it's
yeah, I've never gotten the sense that it's like
but
novelty music. It's just, it's from a very singular
no,
perspective. Honestly, like,
yeah,
and this is going to be,
and if
well, this would be a very abstract comparison, but it's one that I've kind of made before.
mhm,
Uh, and it's not a band that sounds anything like Serpent Column, but
mhm,
a band
mhm,
like Goat Whore, who will incorporate a single idea, a single musical concept for a moment on a song that is precise to that song, but doesn't
I
necessarily
see what you
need
mean.
to
Yeah,
repeat through the rest of it. You know, it's a very different sort of artistic perspective from most of metal, you know?
I get what you mean. Yeah. I mean, yes, exactly. People are drawn to it by the fact that it has this sort of classical sense of structure, not driven by repetition. So it feeds a certain need for new things or interesting things, for sure. But I feel like generically, where like the people who listen to Terminus, I feel like might not listen to Serpent Column at all. It might exist in a sort of different realm.
Yeah, I can see that.
I promise you, if you like underground black and death metal, the sense of riffing, of melody, and of sort of the drive in this music is profoundly influenced by all this stuff. And if you really want to understand Cerbicum, you have to go back and listen to Ornuthi Thalassa, which is the first record, and which I think a lot of people don't even know exists, basically.
They basically
Um,
start with the
it
second full length, right?
Yeah, exactly, with Mirror and Darkness. And Ornuthi has yeah, they start after Invicta too. Ornuthi has this it's a first record, it's self-made, with a it's produced it's not made at some fancy studio or whatever, right? But the sound on that you'll hear is way closer to cruel thrashing Black Death, sort of arrogant, what you could call arrogant thrashing black metal or whatever in the Australian or Canadian or Angel Corpse kind of tradition.
Mm-hmm.
And if you hear it that way, it's like completely shifts how you'll hear some of the other stuff. To hear that core of, I've gone back to, I like almost listened to that record too much when it came out. I've gone back to it and it's just fucking sick. you know. So anyway, those are my thoughts on Serpent Column. On to you, my friend. Um,
So number four, right?
mm-hmm.
Just making sure you hung out for a while there. So yeah, so number
Dude,
four,
you can talk as long as you want.
so number four, it's Pneuma Hagion's Voidgazer, man. Like fuck to again, I said this at the front of our original review of this record, but I'll repeat it here. Uh, R of Pneuma Hagion, the main guy behind it, is a personal friend of mine, and if you listen to the interview that I did with him, we talk about how an old project of mine and Pneuma Hagion sort of came up together as sister projects, sort of influencing
Mm-hmm.
each other back and forth. But I think even without that personal connection, I would see this as one of the finest records of the year. Uh, you talked about it up at the top of the episode. It was your number 20.
Mm-hmm.
This is the only point that I would argue with you on it is I think this
Mm-hmm.
is really pointing towards a whole new kind of spectrum of death metal. Um, Going back to the most primordial roots of the genre and elaborating on them in modernist ways. And I think after my interview with R, I started to understand it a little bit more where he was coming from because he was actually digging into what seems to me a lot of the same influences that my sister project back in the day was digging into. Especially when he talked about stuff like considering something like Vaughn a death metal band inherently. Um,
Ah,
yeah,
that makes sense.
we talked about the idea that black metal in terms of greater extreme metal has become such a dominant force that a lot of the heralded death metal bands are just death metal bands doing stuff that black metal does. Voidgazer, on the other hand,
Mm-hmm.
is a death metal band that understands the sort of primordial USBM stuff, but is carving its own path. It has ingested the the essence of, like one of the world devouring monsters in its lyrics. It has ingested the influences from every side of extreme metal, taken it and distilled it down into this bare essence, which is ultimately incredibly straightforward death metal, aka incantation, as well as savagely brutal beatdown hardcore, which apparently R does not listen to. He thinks that it's more NYDM influence, suffocation, internal bleeding, dying fetus type stuff. But obviously,
Mm-hmm.
we're all
Mm-hmm.
trending towards the same ideas. So, when you first listen to this record, it may not appear as though anything completely new is happening, but I would argue there's a whole new foundation being established here. Beyond the maggot stomp bands, beyond all the other kind of death metal inflected hardcore or vice versa bands, this is a new path of death metal. And its extremity and minimalism is what defines it as a platform for other bands to build off of. So I would say, more than any other record this year, um, this is the record which creates a new path for other bands. And my greatest hope is not that Voidgazer gets recognized by everyone, which it has. It's one of ours most successful projects, which is unfair because he's masterful. But but the real hope is that specifically that 16-year-olds will listen to this band and
Mm-hmm.
encounter something completely new and completely inspiring and drive them to create new stuff. And I guess that's the biggest thing I could say about it is I think this is one of the most inspiring albums of the year. I don't think there's another record this year that's made me want to pick up my guitar and fuck around and figure out something new like this album has.
So yeah, I didn't want. Yeah, I don't want to negate that sense of there being new potentials opened up by it, but I am not the death metal guy, so it's harder for me to envision them. I can see what you mean. I can see what you mean. I think, yeah, I think if I meant anything, it's just me being a black metal guy. It's maybe all too easy for me to compartmentalize it, and listen to it as fun, heavy death metal hardcore, right?
Oh, I understand where you're coming
As far
from.
as the
Yeah.
as far as the potentials, how do you think? So I totally get the idea. You need to return to the origin, or the origin needs to return in some new form in order to do something really original. This is clearly that. He's drawing straight from the origin, and he's getting this elemental distillation of death metal. So how does one move forward from this? Would you say that he's kind of like has he like figured out what death metal is? Is that the way forward? And how do you build from there?
I think that you know, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but like I said in our review,
Mm-hmm.
me and R have been in touch with each other for probably 12
Sure.
years or more, and we both have certain obsessive musical passions, like just one among
Mm-hmm.
many. For instance, well, we talked about Vaughn. Both of us are very passionate about Vaughn. Another thing would be Mortician. Both of
Mm-hmm.
us are deeply passionate about. But in terms of a path forward,
That reads like a personals ad.
you have single white male seeking single white male passionate about both Vaughn and Mortician, which which there's a whole podcast essay I could do about how those are ultimately the same band, but
No,
so
I get what you mean. Yeah.
but I think that one of the most crucial parts of it is really that distillation, because that was a thing that both, without getting too into me and his relationship, something that my project did, as well as his did, this idea of like, how do we ultimately distill death metal, and more importantly, this primordial sort of death black and like Profanatica Vaughn into its barest essence. And both of us had different answers for that, and we went in different directions with our music that kind of like, touched dicks periodically in the course, but I think the tips touch. You make the tips kiss, but no, he's so I think that his idea, and I don't think that he has any intent of this being big music. He just made it, and it happened to blow up, and good for him. But I think what he's reaching towards is, what if we pared back New York death metal and made that a new starting point? What if we took the hardcore influence of stuff like Suffocation or Morpheus Descends as a given? This is just an inherent part of death metal, and then we develop from there. It's not something developed after the fact. It is inherent to this music, which makes it very different. And then you start, for Pneuma Hagion, bringing in the influence of later Morbid Angel and stuff like that, and I don't know, you just get in these really weird directions that are kind of like stuff that you've heard, but never executed in this manner. And, well, I mean, I guess to wrap it up, if I can talk this long about an album, there's got to be something to it. So, Voidgazer, fucking love. Number 4 record of the year for me. Fucking salute, R. All right, so number 3, what are we doing?
Number 3 for the black metal guy is Mongrel's Cross, Arcanas, Crying and Revelation.
There we go.
Yeah, you already summed this up pretty well, but just what an album to return to. As you said, it has this ceaseless movement. I know on the show I compared it to the horror vacui effect in like medieval or like Dark Age Norse kind of brooches or tapestries or woodwork, the kind of endless curves turning back on each other, serpentine forms and animals emerging out of this abstract pattern, so that like the closer you look, the more detail you see, and it's horror vacui because all the space is filled, and really has that quality to it. So much, it's just so structurally cool and interesting. Like, it's the first album I've ever heard that's highly dependent on palm mutes that you could describe as like, it has a real kind of there's an abstract underpinning to it. It's not just like, it's not only is it as amazing riff music, riff, but like this whole idea of like, let's create these songs that on the one hand are ceaselessly moving, and on the other hand are made of almost this homogeneous substance, right? Of kind of like flowing, majestic Dorian scale riffs with cool harmonies, really good harmonies, over this kind of rolling 6/8 beat or mid-tempo feeling 6/8 blasts, and have it be something that's like it's almost like a substance, the sort of the density of it. It's and it just the sense of movement, that it's this sort of, instead of being like, thrashing stuff. I love Aussie black thrash. Unlike you, I love that stuff, but like it should rip. Like I love Gospel of the Horns. Gospel of the Horns is like doop dap doop dap doop dap doop dap da 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 da, you know, or you know da 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 da. It's this the idea of making thrash stately, right?
Yeah.
Could go so wrong, and it goes so right. And I think it's really the palm mutes add that an extra bite to it that helps it. It gives an anchor to and a little more punch to and a sort of crisp rhythmic punctuation to that endlessly flowing melody, which I think for me, you know that I both love. I have a love-hate relationship with endlessly flowing consonant melody.
Yeah.
And so for me, like I love it when it's I love it when it's done in what I consider like the right way or whatever.
Oh,
And this
okay.
really solves that problem.
Yeah, it's sort of like
You see what I mean?
no, it's sort of like my feelings with the Gyendode record, where it's like, how do we make
Mm-hmm.
this like burly, cruel second wave riffing really exciting and interesting? You know, it's all about context ultimately.
I get what you mean. Yeah, so it's like that's one reason. So like I'm less fond of stuff that sounds like Sargeist or Migla than you, but I love Sargeist and Migla, right? Let the Devil In is a fantastic album, right? I mean, or like I don't like it as much as you do, but like those things are I still register that those are awesome, right?
Yeah.
And this this record to me does it's so easy when you're doing kind of medieval or barbarian sounding stuff, and this kind of inhabits both. I'd say this is a very chivalric sounding record. This is very knightly and
Very.
majestic.
Yeah.
But when you're inhabiting that kind of territory, it can be very easy to fall into sort of budget epic cliche, you know, da 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 da, you know, da da
I don't know, man.
da
That sounds like a
da,
pretty sick
right?
riff to
Whatever.
me.
Well, I do like just dum bum bum, right? I mean, you know, yeah, you can deal with that by making it sort of blocky and barbarian or whatever, right? But this band just there's no it's all you know, it's mellifluous and pleasing to listen to, but it's never sugary, it's never cloying.
Yeah.
um uh it and as we talked about, you know, Proscriptor's vocals, right? It's
Yeah.
like there is you will always remember you are listening to an extreme metal record, not just because of how weird it is, but because of the very clearly recorded upfront retching goblin vocals. All right, this will you know, this record seems like it should be accessible, but like this is not entry level shit.
Yeah, that's true.
Uh,
Because to me, it seems like a very accessible record. But thinking about it a little bit further, it's like, no, you actually need to have kind of a sophisticated knowledge of extreme metal to really parse this music.
exactly, and we've been listening to the songs with the disgusting screaming in them for a very long time.
Yeah.
Right? It's you know, I definitely start someone on the committee before this.
Yeah, that's
So,
fair. That's fair.
uh, yeah, it's like the thing that's one of the things that's almost been phased out of black metal is, you know, uncomfortable levels of retching, screaming vocal. And here it's just like, I, you know, yeah, it's great. So I mean, yeah, love that record. You love it. I will listen to it again and again. And it will. I think it's sort of a centering feeling as you ride into battle. Right?
Yeah, I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
So for my number three, and I would like to say to everyone, the my top three could all be number one, depending upon my
Mm-hmm.
mood and depending upon the circumstance. They're all sort of specific records, um, and they're all masterpieces that everyone should listen to. But number 3 for me is going to be, obviously it was going to be in the top 3. It's going to be Reverum Ibmalacht with Vad ar inte Huvud. And
Ooh, I thought that might be your number 1. Shit.
yeah, no, the only reason that it's not my number 1, again, it could be my number 1 on certain days. The only reason
I get it,
it's
yeah.
not for this list is because I'm simply not going to listen to it as much as the first 2. Just because this is such a fucking demanding event of an album. Like, to listen to this album, and I don't think it's even overstating it to say this, you're dedicating a day to listen to it. Because listening to it is only like an hour and a half long, but the contemplation necessary for it lasts an entire day. So, we talked on a bonus episode, and we also talked when we reviewed this. I think this was like episode 12, something like that. That I am a
yeah, this was right when we were hitting our stride.
Yeah, that I'm a Roman Catholic, and Reverum Ibmalacht is a Roman Catholic black metal band. Which is definitely part of my enthusiasm for this record, but also it's just sort of undeniably great and bizarre. I don't know that I've had a more like intense sort of emotional and psychological reaction to a record this year than this one. A Reverum Ibmalacht album, like any of them, and they're all excellent, but this one more than any is not an album you listen to so much as I said on our review, you undergo, you suffer through. It is one of the most extreme records of the year. It is,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's savage and intense, and the way it portrays a sort of Christian black metal is completely alien to anything else in that like niche. Portraying the adoption of Christianity as a sort of a suffering and a sort of overwhelming experience makes it obviously completely different from any of the like evangelical Christian metal records that you're probably imagining.
Yes.
It is it's a completely alien experience. And I would say that one of the things that makes it so substantial is the Christian essence of it, which it makes it this. God, it's hard to put into words, but it's like the Christian essence at the core of this music makes it so extreme and makes it so revelatory and bizarre compared to the music around it. It is this is the kind of record that a college student could create a thesis about, or even a PhD student could create a whole dissertation about. There's so much to explore in this album. You could spend months just listening to this end to end, constantly discovering new elements and new details to it. And it's fundamentally, just because of that, one of the best records of the year. And I love the scale of it, where so much of it is so brutal and noisy, and these moments of expansive melody are made so important because of the sheer cruelty of what happens around them. And I think that is like what makes it so special. It is to me, as a Catholic, the ultimate Christian music in the way that I perceive it. So there you go, guys. Best
Wow,
religious
sounds like
album
you're
ever.
not a very nice guy.
Yeah, I'm not a proddy.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. No, so yeah, we talked at length on that episode and again on the bonus episode about how unlike, Protestant black metal where there is this kind of oxymoronic quality to it where if it succeeds at black metal it's sort of at the expense of the religious idea. There's nothing about this record in the presentation or the music itself that is at odds with the spirit of black metal.
Yeah.
If you think black metal is narrowly about doing the opposite of what it says in the Bible, right? If you are like, then sure, but even then it's not so clear because this album's also, so many people heard this record and thought it was evil as fuck, right? People described it constantly, the recurring description. Speaking of things that people have misunderstood, the recurring descriptions are like, damn, this is evil, my god, this music's scary.
Yeah, the embracing of Christ after a lifetime of sin should be scary, shouldn't it? If you're into that.
It's certainly confronting you with the reality of evil. That's something we talked about.
Yeah.
And also the vulnerability of people in front of powers that are too vast for us to imagine and out of our control. Right?
Yeah.
And the fears accompanying that and the pity of it all. And the best black metal actually does evoke that in ways. You love Mayhem de Mysterious. That album has that sense of reverent fear.
Yeah, definitely.
Or,
well, it's funny you say that.
And certainly all the best black metal has this sense of being,
Well, Reverum did that album, De Mysteries Dom Christi. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, this comes out of the Orthodox tradition, and so it's all mayhem worship one way or another, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it really does black metal things. For me, it's just my God, it's unpleasant music. It's the funny thing is like I feel like often you go for the catchy riffs. I go for stuff that's more like, at least within black metal. Within death metal, it's different for you. Within black metal, you're often more attracted to sort of like big melodies, sort of condensed focus on that sort of thing. I might be more attracted to stuff that's more sort of difficult or aggro or something. But with this, like, my God, this is difficult music.
This is
to really do it justice,
deliberately challenging in a lot of ways.
Yeah, that's like the reason it's not. That's like the reason it's not on my list. I think if I felt, it is profound music. I think maybe I should probably sometime just spend the time with it. And listen to it in a properly meditative setting. That's the thing. You really need to, as you say, it requires a meditative session listening to this properly. Yeah. I listened to it in pieces as we got ready for the show. So, I haven't had that chance to relate to it on that level. And, just because, I obviously we've talked, I completely respect the attitude and the outlook in this music, but as a dirty, unwashed heathen, it doesn't have quite the, it'll have an immediate appeal for you that it won't for me.
Well, yeah, it has a
spiritual
spiritual revelatory quality to me. in the same way that
Hmm.
I don't know, like fucking early Graveland does for you, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. No, and I can feel that spiritual quality there, and I can relate to it. But it's definitely more for you. Um, yeah. So speaking of spiritual quality and early Graveland, um, on to number two.
What have you got, man?
Uh, well, I mean, Hate Forest, Hour of the Centaur.
Fuck, that's number
Um,
two, really?
you know, yeah, Hate Forest. Yeah, how could it not be? So
Well, I mean, just in our review, you seem to like it, but you didn't seem like number two record of the year about it for me.
no, I mean, when you're not as into something, I try to follow you and figure out what you don't like about it. I and I think there's something. It's important to do that in a review. I've listened to it more since then. I mean, could it be lower on the list? Sure. Uh, you know, uh, I really seriously was tempted, part of me almost would have put Mortem at, number two, or I could have put Mongrel's Cross or whatever. But yeah, I mean, like, think of it this way. Hate Forest is one of my favorite bands, right? And I was thinking more about like how to explain it. Like on the show, I said, like, sure, it's not music I listen to every day. It's difficult music. To really be in the mood to listen to Hate Forest, you have to be a little outside yourself.
Yeah,
Um,
I get that.
and you have to really crank it.
Full berserker mode.
Um, yeah, full berserker. Exactly. No, full berserker is put it on tower speakers you stand in the middle of the living room growling into the noise. Um, right. That's full Hate Forest mode. Or walking out in the cold or whatever, right? It's very seasonally specific music, extremely wintry. Um, but to me, it is one of my favorite bands, and it's I think it's a band that is it has the most depth. It's very deep music for me. And I think when I think of the kind of music I most value and the kind of music I want to create when I dip my hands in, it's stuff like this that sort of anchored in drone has this terrifying integrity to it. Um, every piece matters, every piece carefully sculpted. Um, and what strikes me about, I guess this record brings out the thing that I've always liked about Hay Forest, which is as bludgeoning as some of the earlier stuff was, there's like a melodic quality to all of it. It's all informed by rhythmic, even just like rhythmically. They're shaped kind of like folk or classical melodies. Uh he's always had this mastery of texture that's really interested me in his guitar playing, those rich chords, the slide, and the sense that every chord, he's always sliding from one chord to the next, which gives it this continuous sort of energy flow, right? And and he was playing kind of those Drudke chords long before Drudke in Hate Forest. It's just kind of harder to hear, and there's more emphasis on half steps and more minor scale half step tritone stuff. But it's all there, and this record really brings that out. The folkiness that was always there comes to the fore, in part because of the stuff he's done in Druid and Windswept and Precambrian since then. And it pairs back some of the rumbling and the noise, and I love just being able to, one of my favorite things about Sanko's music is just listening to him play guitar. And I was attracted to his music initially by the left-hand work, right? These cool sliding chord shapes, interesting intervals, whatever. And this ear for folk melody, even when the music is grim and dissonant as fuck. But I'm sort of staying for the right hand work. Like even this is something I realized, even on like a mediocre Druid record or on one of the less interesting Windswept tracks or something, it's always interesting. And because the Hate Forest mix record is mixed differently than anyone has been in the past, right? All of it's there's it's way more, you can hear way more this sort of jangling guitar quality to it. And those chords that sound a lot like Thousand Swords, Graveland. The last track, shadowed by, what is it? It's, got to read the title correctly. It's shadowed by a veil of Scythian arrows. That's
Yeah.
just like a kind of song I've always like a triumphant, glorious hate for a song. It just has this cascading feel in the melodies. Yeah, really, it's sort of, he's tapping back into the Graveland that influenced him for sure, but you've never heard Graveland songs played with this kind of just barreling force, right?
Mhm.
At this velocity. Furious right hand work. I think he played this. He's one of the only people I know who's become more physical in his playing and more aggressive in his vocals as he's gotten older.
Yeah,
Uh,
I can see
I
that.
think he recorded this standing. I think he stood up when he recorded this. Um, and like, yeah, so I like that this is, it doesn't have the same cryptic rumbling or brutality of the old Hate Forest, but all of the elemental forms of Hate Forest still there, very clear, if anything more fully realized, brought to the fore. If you were just there for the cryptic rumbling, you didn't get it. And then I think, like, what are my criteria for a good Hate Forest record? Well, has to sound like Hate Forest. Okay, check. Um, Number two, it should have its own distinct kind of color and atmospheric quality to it, maybe its own guitar tone or whatever. Check. It should have a few, right? This is full album music, and yeah, of course, it all kind of sounds the same. It should have a few standout songs that stand with some of the best he's written. Check. Those who worship the sun bring the night. Shadowed by a veil of Scythian arrows, and anxiously they sleep in tumuli, stand alongside his best work. You know, but that's, so yeah, I fucking love this record. I listen to this meditatively in the way that you listen to Reverum and Malak meditatively.
Okay,
Like when I first
I
listened
get
to
that.
this, I sat in the dark with a glass of scotch, lights off, everything else, computer closed, just listen to this.
I can see that. I think at this point I've accepted that. Um, Really, after talking to you more, Hate Force is a band that I massively respect, but don't. But I would never listen to myself. It's
Yeah, for sure.
no, it's a yeah, it's sort of like a Reverum thing. It really is,
Yeah.
and it's like it's funny because it is literally channeling like the religious directions that we both go in. Um, it's
Mm-hmm.
like I I get what it's going for, and I appreciate its honesty and its intensity, but it is yeah, I don't get it, and I think that it's fair that I don't get it. You know, I think that it's
Mm-hmm.
made for a certain type of person who is going to identify with these ideas on this very like
Mm-hmm.
deep inherent level. And I would say that in I, I guess the thing that I would say for Hate Force is if you have to think too much about it, it's probably just not for you. You know what I mean? It's supposed to channel these inherent ideas that exist within you, and those ideas or exist or they do not. And if they don't, fine. And
Oh,
if they
I
do,
get
great.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get that, especially for this kind of, yeah, you can, of course, yeah, we've both gotten into all sorts of music over time because we've changed our ideas. But like with music like this, absolutely. And you know, the funny thing is, I really liked, I really liked Thousand Swords before I liked Graveland. I really liked Hate Forest before I even really liked Hate Forest, if that makes any sense. Like I heard it and was just fascinated by it. Um, And it was I did listen to that record. I listened to the Most Ancient Ones a lot. But like I didn't branch out and find the other records at the time. I was a lot younger, and I didn't like Druid at that time. So I didn't really see it as part of his projects or anything. And I didn't listen to that much of the Slavic stuff or even a lot of... I've always liked pagan-y stuff, but I didn't even know that much of the sort of post-90s heathen black metal scene, right?
Yeah, you weren't even listening to like
yeah,
BBH stuff, right?
Exactly. So, but this shit, or whatever else, right? It immediately clicked with me. I was just like, this is cool. I get what this is. It sounds a little bit like Slavic folk music I heard via classical music growing, the Slavonic dances or stuff by Dvorak or whatever, I could vibe with the sense of melody. I immediately got it. And I think I've been trying to understand it. And yeah, I immediately got it. And I've been learning more and more about it for like over 20 years. Or, I mean, over 10 years. Sorry. Yeah. I'm not that old.
No, man, like, that'd be pretty sick if you were learning about that since like, 11 years old or whatever.
Since I was 11.
Well, it's
when
funny
I was
because
11, I found my older brother's copy of Hate Forest hidden under a porno mag. I ignored the porno mag. In fact, I burned it as the degenerate filth it was.
You ignored the fucking penthouse and it was like, that's too degenerate. I'm going to explore Scythian, or Scythia, rather. Well, it's funny because now I know what your number one record is, which kind of surprises me.
Yes.
Yeah. So, my number two record, that's going to be, honestly, and to people that have been paying attention, the number one of my Craftsman's list. It's going to be Old Juan Gash with Hubris Unchained. This is I don't even know how to start because, like, it has the song of the year, which is Blinding Moon, the second track. And as the black metal guy always says, a lot of the time the second track is the best track on the album, which isn't something that I fully internalized, but yeah, I get it now after studying a lot of these records on the podcast. Hubris Unchained is a sort of perfect album to me. I emotionally and psychologically connect with it in a way that I haven't experienced many times before. And again, this is a situation where I would say that me and the black metal guy are basically like friends with Forlorn Spirit at this point. Had a great time interviewing him, and we've connected via email ever since. This is a perfect black metal album to me. It has all the hallmarks of the USBM stuff we've been talking about, this sort of intensely American essence to it, even though I don't think that was the intention of this music. It arrives at it naturally. This is a defining, to me, American black metal record. Incredible variation, incredible passion. You said that the vocals were a little bit up and down for you. For me, I think they're perfect. It is the very melodic resurrection of Grand Belial's Key, to me, one of my favorite bands in black metal. And I mean, shit, what do you even say about it? It's like, it's 7 tracks. Every track is completely different from the other, but all focusing around the same core, very personal idea. And I think that's one place where we diverge, where I love how personal this music is. Like, you know, in the interview we did with Forlorn Spirit, he talked about how, you know, that for him, it was to make music about himself and about his growth as a person. And as a guy around the same age as him, I understood
Sure,
it
yeah.
on this very intense level. You know, not to be some fucking
Oh no,
asshole
I
that's like,
relate to
yeah,
these lyrics too.
oh yeah, it's like
Yeah.
fucking, you can find me in the trenches. Bleeding from my nose, grinning from ear to ear. It's like, goddamn, he's like, he really gets the same sort of emotions and philosophical ideas that I do. And you know what it is? And this is something I've realized, which is the best black metal for me is the shit that
Mm-hmm.
embraces and understands both musically and philosophically without entirely subsuming itself into emo. There's an understanding of the inherent artifice to this music that it's like, yeah, we've never been in the trenches bleeding. And we imagine
Sure.
it and we embrace it. We love that idea, but we're also afraid of it. And which is a very sort of emo
Mm-hmm.
thing to understand the diversion between these ideas, the cognitive dissonance of the shit that we imagine and we embrace philosophically while being terrified of physically. And I think that's something that comes up in this album over and over again. This imagined sort of revelatory quality alongside the acknowledgement of how, not to put words in anyone's mouth, but how weak we are ourselves. This striving towards glory, the striving towards power and strength. And it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't mean we're going to ignore it when the opportunity comes, but it does mean that we acknowledge our own fear and our own limitations. But as many people have said, you
Yeah.
know, courage is to be afraid and to continue anyway. And I don't think there's any album I've ever heard that conveys that dissonance and that power in the way that this album has. This is emotionally resonant to me in a way that very few black metal albums have been for many years.
Well, yeah, I, you know, yeah, you make that's great, dude. You've probably read more of the lyrics than I have, but I hear exactly the feeling you're talking about. It's kind of like the Reverorum in that sense. I mean, there's a kind of maybe the Reverorum is more just purely acknowledgement of finitude, right? I am who am I? I am a worm before the Almighty. But Oldowan, no, I get that. Like the lyrics, yeah, here's an emo thing, right? Hashtag relatable lyrics, right? If you are a black metal guy, if you are a, you know, a extreme metal weirdo of a certain age, who is who, you know, is disgusted with a paltry modernity and um imagines, sort of sees things shaking up and imagines the world before and beyond that, then sure, yeah, this will really hit home with you. And it's honest to yeah, it's kind of, yeah, it's like instead of being in the thing black metal projects, it's aware of where that's coming from. It gives it, instead of being entirely in the black metal vision, it's also behind the scenes. It has an autobiographical quality of it
Yeah,
to
it's
it.
like I think that what makes this so special is like, one, that there's this like generational equivalence because fucking Forlorn Spirit is like 30 or 31. So he's in exactly the same age range as us. And he's kind of like by default incorporating a lot of the same ideas that we do. And it's like an album I could have written if I was more talented. You know, it's like it's this.
Well, aren't they all? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. No, god damn. Like just one of the
I
lines.
guess
Well, like one of the lines off this album, though, like off "Lasso of Fate," one of the best songs off the album is, I didn't even realize until now that the lyrics were now online, but the bulbs of the city drown the visions we seek, masquerading as progress, smothered in concrete, crushed by its weight. God damn. Like it's so simple but so perfect about the things we feel.
This is the American answer to that French ruralist black metal, right?
Yeah. It's American ruralist.
Not just Oldowan. Yeah, not just Oldowan, Mortem, Elegiac, Makwahuitl. These all resonate with those sort of French, Beis Mahash and all that.
No, dude, like I think that like if people, and it's funny because
not that either of us live in cabins in the woods, but
no, but you talked up front about when you talked about the Oldowan Gash record, it was like we were the first people to really talk about it, which is true. That's how Forlorn Spirit found us, and since fucking nobody else has really talked about it. Like it's
big on Instagram. The people who like the underground black metal people like it a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some whispers about it in like underground black metal circles, but like none of the like metal zines are reviewing it, which is unbelievable because the
metal zines
we both agree this is one of the best black metal records of the year.
Yeah, they won't pick it up because it's just completely tangent to their sense of what this music is or what's cool about it. And also, although this album is well produced and sounds good, and ironically probably would be very appealing to a lot of people who haven't heard it, it's so rooted in just ugly stomping, underground stuff, right? It's all of the resources, all of the sonic resources for this album are coming from things that are sort of would just scan as unlistenable and or scary, right? To the metal press.
And to close this out, I'll do another lyric reading from Baffling Territory. This is the first time I've ever seen these lyrics. So, from Baffling Territory.
All right.
There's fear in the air. There's pride in the ground. There's hate in the creeks and streams. If the leaves had fists, they'd reach out and crush your dreams. And fuck yeah. Oldowan Gash 2020, bitch. Can't wait for the next record. So, Black Metal Guy, what is your number one album of the year?
Well, Death Metal Guy, my number one is You.
That's cute. But as far as albums go, what's your favorite?
Into Oblivion, Winds of Serpentine Ascension.
I'm surprised by that. I expected it to be in like your top 5, but I did not expect it to be number 1.
Why?
Honestly, it's just so death metal, It's really more of a death metal record than anything.
When I heard it, I was just like, this is the best album this year. I was like, this is my album of the year pick. I think black metal's better than, well, I guess almost all of the black metal bands this year. I mean, I think of it as yeah, well, that's the thing that's fascinating about it, is that although I think structurally it really has so much more in common with death metal, in that it has these sort of, well, we talked, I don't know if I could do any better. I feel like the review we did for that, I feel like I was cooking during that. And I feel like if you want my complete thoughts on Into Oblivion, go back to that. But like basically, the riffs are built in this kind of geometric and angular way with these strange forms, strange use of time. Things are stretched out far longer, or notes are changed in places where you wouldn't expect. The melodies don't have the temporal contours of melody that we expect from black metal, in a way that's sort of informed by reference points like folk music and classical and heavy metal and hardcore.
Yeah.
Right? The melodies are shaped in their own strange new way. And yet a lot of the intervals are very kind of elementally simple, barbarian, heroic intervals. Very macabre omen, I compared this to. And, there's some great textural guitar playing on this too. And I think just it's using all these death metal techniques, but it produces to me just a quintessentially black metal effect. I mean, maybe not black metal in the sense of Norse second wave, but certainly in the sense of pagan or heroic black metal.
Yeah, I get that.
It's hard to get. Yeah, I went back and listened to it a little bit yesterday just to double check. Yeah, still fucking kills. New thought about it is it's very easy to listen to in the background because it's such horizontal music, right?
It just
there's very long songs.
The riff forward forever.
Yeah, the riffs, as you pointed out, are built around whole notes very often, and then they'll be sharply interrupted by things closer to standard death or black metal riffing that move in a much faster sense of time.
Yeah.
Which is really cool. So you get parts that just riff in exactly the way that you think great riffs work. And then other parts have this sort of monolithic quality. But yeah, they're very horizontal, long songs. And they're mixed kind of quietly. So you can listen to it in the background as just this grandiose adventure music. But when you turn it up, my God, right? And that makes it a lot like the... Yes, and that makes it a lot like the really early Norse black metal. I compared it to Aternus in the show, to the first Aternus record and the EP. What is it? Beyond the Wandering Moon? Something the Wandering Moon?
Yeah.
And, that record, that Aternus record, you have to turn it up a lot. Maybe even like, I think one reason it's not as popular as it should be might just be that it's mixed in this weird way, right? But if you listen to, Hordane's Land, right, that Emperor and Enslaved split, which is just, one of my paradigms, that's mixed weirdly, quietly, and remotely. Why? There's sonic space in it and room, so that when you turn it up, it sounds massive without, it sounds massive and in a way that gives it a much greater richness than if it just had sort of beefy mids or, brick-walled sound or really heavy low end or whatever conventional kind of loudness. And so Into Oblivion has that. It will reveal new depth and new power as you turn it up. Can be listened to in a variety of settings. It's powerfully life-affirming music.
Well, it's also more heavy metal than almost anything you've had on your list, apart from the Panguris, is it?
Mongrels. Oh, Panakidia and Mongrels Cross.
Yeah. I would say that
maybe Into Oblivion
Into Oblivion is almost more heavy metal than either of those in a sense, you know?
Yeah, so what do you mean in the sense of like involving a lot of musical proficiency or like big, really big scale?
It's it's more Iron Maiden in a way, you know? It's in the best way possible, like extreme metal Iron Maiden.
Oh, you know what it is? Oh man, I had this buddy who cool kid. I hope I haven't seen him in a minute. I hope he's doing well. But uh talented grind drummer. And would he would go to the bar and he'd put on like he was the master. We all put on, obviously everyone loves putting on obnoxious music at the bar, but he was the master of bang for your buck. So one of his standards was "Go Spread Your Wings" by Godflesh, which is just room clearing, right?
Go spread the full version of Go Spread Your Wings is like 20 minutes long.
Yes, that song is weird by Godflesh standards, right? It's like it's not even like some Godflesh you can bang your head to, right? And this is just like the bad vibes kind of you know, industrial cyberpunk Godflesh. Sad Godflesh. And so he would do that, but another one of his standards was, and I'd never heard it, was Rime of the Ancient Mariner. By Maiden.
Oh yeah, dude.
And you know, I love Power
Fucking
Slave. That's
Prog Maiden is so good.
Dude, you know, and I grew up with these punk aesthetic reflexes, right? You want everything to be super economical, no fat, you know, the fewer riffs the better, whatever, right? With this reflexive antipathy towards certain kinds of metal excess. And I've gotten over it over time, but like you would think like, my God, the 20-minute or 30-minute Iron Maiden epic has to be like Spinal Tap. Every single riff in that song is fucking killer. And so many of them are good.
Oh, yeah.
So many of them are good in a way that's like a lot of kind of pagan black metal stuff I like.
Yeah. I get it. And also, it's funny because I was just like, just because you chose as the first, I pulled it up on Metal Archives. I'm reading the lyrics for the first time to the opening track, Where Winds Wail and Gnaw. And I'm starting to realize a thing that Into Oblivion has that Axis of Advance also had. And I'll go through the lyrics real quick, which is just like, you know, the first like 8 lines of Where Winds Wail and Gnaw. Tiber's maw, Stygian arc, the cock crows thrice, or the 7 meridians, 7 visions, 7 gates, 7 sigils, which is, those are like skepticism lyrics. There's a thread of sort of funeral doom vastness in the best parts of original Funeral Doom.
Oh God, I really need to
which
read
I
these
think
lyrics.
might be a thread for both of us.
That is a thread for both of us. Yes, that's something.
Dude, yeah.
So yeah, I mean, you know, I think who knows what Hate Forest lyrics read like, but I imagine they work at a similar level of abstraction. Yeah. But this is really yeah, this is visionary stuff. This is fucking sick, right? And it's cool because
by the way, in this song they use the word panegyric. So there you go.
Yes. Yeah, well this is extremely, yes, this is shamelessly high IQ Black Death. And these lyrics, right? These are great metal lyrics. Strip away any idea of like narration. Strip away any idea of narrowly keeping to a preconceived theme, right? These guys have their reference points, which are just fundamental black metal reference points, right? Wow, we like Vikings, we like Nietzsche, we like glorious ancient Rome, we like sort of lofty spirituality and noble barbarism. You know, nothing about that at all remote. and yet they're doing the thing that the original bands did, right? That the fantasy Satanists did, which is instead of having some dumb sort of preconceived, oh, here's our ideology, here's our theme, they do what artists do, which is all of that stuff sort of swirls into the vortex and manifests through their eyes, right? Like, dude, 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 you got over these 7 meridians, 7 visions, 7 gates, 7 sigils, scarred as I infix the seals. Ugh!
Yeah, it's well, it's like it gets the primordial essence of heavy metal.
Yeah, it really gets what is cool about metal.
It understands it.
Damn, maybe
no, it's like
maybe for me, maybe 2020 for the black metal guy summed up is maybe it's the year I finally got into heavy metal.
It might be, dude.
Like, because
those melodies are cool for a reason.
Yeah, we've talked about, I come from this sort of original punk background, and then, was one of those people who was at first very specifically drawn to black metal or whatever, right? And in part because there's so much about black metal that is unlike metal entirely, right? Just different priorities, different structures. But this record has, basically no direct connection to punk at all. It certainly has a beyond metal quality to it in that it is extraordinarily original. It is these massive fractured forms. It does not particularly seek to be entertaining, although it is outrageously entertaining.
Yeah.
But it's also just super metal. Yeah, I guess that's it. It's like this record is, it has all the things you like about this sort of extreme, but it's really fucking metal. It's, yeah.
Well, yeah, it's like, it's very easy for an end of the year list to get into shit that's very abstract and, kind of playing around with different ideas of heavy metal, but for this to be number 1, this is a heavy metal record, first and foremost, and it shows that there is still juice in the genre.
I hear that. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and I think for me, I have some listening to do going back in time now, because I've realized, how much of the sort of epic or noble sense of melody that I like is influenced by weird lo-fi uptake of 80s heavy metal, right? So that's,
dude,
yeah,
it was like, well, it's like that Paniquita shit where I was showing you Jagpanzer. It's like, there we go, this is your next like place to explore, is like old school US power metal and shit like that.
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, I do like Manila Road and shit, don't get me wrong, but yeah, I need to dig more. And that first riff on that Jagpanzer song was fucking sick. The whole song was cool. But yeah, so those are just, the thoughts about Into Oblivion. If you want more about the structure of the music or how it works, how the album arcs, go back and listen to our review. But I greatly respect these dudes, and they honor.
I think mathematically, this is probably going to end up our record of the year, just between the two of us. Because for me, it was like number 7. For you, it's number 1. It'll probably be by default number 1. So
yeah, well, yeah. But anyway, just really great, and points ahead in every sense of the word. And as I said on the show before, it sort of makes everything seem worthwhile. On to you.
On to me. Well, at this point, you probably know what my number 1 is.
I do.
Yeah, and it's probably going to be a controversial pick just because of how recent it is, but after you chose Hate Forest for your number 2, it makes me feel a lot better. For me, it's honestly going to be Contrastic with Mammon. It is Okay, so there's good albums and there's great albums. And then there's albums that just become part of your life,
Damn.
you know? Like for instance, for me, like we covered it on like the first bonus episode, None So Vile by Cryptopsy. That's an album that's transcended it's transcended you know, any sort of qualitative valuation for me. It's just a part of my life. I listen to None So Vile probably every couple weeks, and I have for probably 15 years now. And there's a few other examples of that, like Devourment's Molesting the Decapitated, probably De Mysteries Dom Satanas by Mayhem, Pure Holocaust by Immortal. There's a handful of records that are just a part of the background of my existence. And Contrastix Mammon is going to be one of them. I have listened to this record since we covered it probably 15 times.
Holy shit. Yeah, and just for reference, we covered it last week.
Yeah. It's I don't even know how to describe this music. It is possibly the most modern music, in a sense, that has ever become a part of my life in that sense. And there's not a lot of grind albums that enter in that way. I mean, there's a couple, fucking Utopia Banished by Napalm Death, World Downfall by Terrorizer, something like that, but not a whole lot of modern grind stuff really hits the way that this record does. But there is a deep emotional, personal connection to this music that I don't know that I could even fully express on a show like this. It is a record that imagines feelings that I've only had while going to sleep and sort of like semi-dreaming.
I get what you mean. Yeah.
It's imagining a world and an environment that I can perceive myself in only in those like hypnagogic states of like going to sleep or rising from it. It is so perfect in its melodic ideas and its rhythmic ideas. It is music that I think in, if that makes any sense. It is music that, as I go about my business every day, it is music that conveys my actual thought patterns. It's perfect music. And it's weird to say this because this was on our last episode that we talked about this. And at first I was unsure. It's like, God damn, am I really going to make this number one? But it's like the Reverum Ibmalak record, incredible music. But I can only listen to it occasionally in certain circumstances. The Oldowan Gash, closer, but it's still a little mood dependent. But the Contrastic record that's just how I operate from day to day. It's
okay. So
there's this intense personal connection to it.
So interesting. So tough question. It evokes atmospheres that you feel as you fall asleep and you go to sleep, or as you wake up. How does that relate to it tapping into how you think as you go about your day? Are these different ideas? Are they the same idea? How do they relate?
I think they're the same idea because, like, as people listening to this podcast should be able to determine, I'm kind of an insane person in general.
I can
Uh,
confirm.
I've gathered these. Yeah, well, you've known me for long enough. My thought patterns are very erratic and kind of fragmented, but ultimately loop into themselves in this sort of patterned way. And this combination of like brute aggression and like deep sentimental emotion um, are they're things that I experience on a daily basis. You know, these like sudden abrupt inversions between just like ferocity and gentleness are things that I experience all the time, which you may call, you know, mental illness. I have my own perspectives on it, but it's hard to describe this record. It just like it's so extreme and powerful, but also so delicate at the same time. Um, which is probably a way that a lot of people like to imagine themselves. I'm not going to say that
Yeah,
I'm
yeah. The
alone
death
in
metal
this,
guy,
or you know,
extreme and
yeah,
powerful, but also delicate. The ladies wonder about his sensitive,
you know, it's
wounded
like,
side.
no, definitely,
Mhm.
no, and I can see people perceiving it that way, but it's more than that. It's the idea of musically. You know, we talked about this like it's like the soundtrack to "You're in the Future" and your robot girlfriend broke up with
Mhm.
you. It's uh this whole like presence outside yourself, this world outside yourself, this imagined existence, either far in the future or far in the past. And I think this album could apply to either of them. Because I think after listening to it so many times, it's like this could be peasant music from 1000 AD or fucking corporate music from 3000 AD.
It
And
sounds very future oriented to me.
yeah, I can see that, but I think there's ways to listen to it where it's sort of archaic at the same time. But I definitely get the future quality of it. And it's I don't know. It's something that speaks to me on this very personal level, probably in the same kind of way that like Hate Forest speaks to you. Um, this like you know, I've never shied away from these sort of emotive and sentimental ideas, and the way they weave those melodic ideas into this like crushingly intense grind structure. Just it works for me. It hits me on this like emotional and philosophical core in a way that I can't fully understand. It's just it's music beyond art. It's beyond entertainment. It's beyond everything. It exists in its own sort of world, and it might be a world that only exists for me, but I'll take that because I would rather live in that world than the one I live in now, you know?
Well, damn. All right. It's yeah, I think with this one it's a sort of I have a similar kind of I don't get it reaction. It's I think it's extraordinarily good.
I get it. Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
It's extraordinarily good music. Um my honest take on it is which I think I didn't really get into when I reviewed it, but to me it just feels too smooth. It all feels too smooth. Um it's like which is weird because it's not just about it being too consonant or dissonant, or not dissonant enough or whatever, because there are really sort of abrasive hardcore beatdowns, right? Like, I mean, there's like tritones all over it and things, but it has something to do with the production. And I think you're more of a fan of that kind of production than I am. It something about the production, maybe the shape of the melodies. It's I see how it's outstandingly good music, and I get why you like it. But for me personally, maybe it just feels too polished. Yeah, it's because it's being made in this extremely DIY way, but it's extraordinarily professional.
I get that. Yeah, no, it is hyper polished, and usually I wouldn't be that into it, but with this like hyper like galvanized, like chromed off futuristic feel to the melodies.
That's what I mean.
I think the production echoes.
There's too much neon in it for me. I don't like neon. It's
Oh, I love neon, dude.
Yeah, but like, it's really just, I still do think, I do think it's really impressive. It like, it doesn't click with me emotionally, but like, it is very formidable music. And you couldn't pick, about as much work has gone into that as into something like Into Oblivion, right?
Yeah. It's clearly I mean, you guys listen to our last episode where we talk about it. Yeah.
You almost really couldn't. We talked about, the relationship between the samples and the riffs or whatever. It's almost like you couldn't pick which parts came first. Every part has been tailored.
Yeah.
The parts are very small, and every part has been tailor-made to every other part.
Yeah, and I would say, just like as like a kind of a closer thing, I think that with like serious study of this record, and when I mean serious study, I mean plotting out parts on a whiteboard, and you start to discover the connections between different songs, the repetition of samples, the repetition of melodic motifs, you will end up with a 25-minute concept album that is more interconnected and deeper than almost anything we've heard before.
I get what you mean. Yeah, it's very tightly woven. Dude, what if you mapped it all out and it showed where the Illuminati are?
I could see that. It's like, I just honestly, I just hope that when I die, I will wake up in the world where this album is the soundtrack.
I totally know what you
600 years in the future, man.
I know what you mean by that, dude. I feel you on that. Let's close on that note then.
That's a good note to close on. So, real quick though, you have any honorable mentions or anything like that?
Yeah, let's just go through some. I mean, we got to a lot of them over the course of the, over the course of the show, mentioned them, but shout out to, or I guess shout out's the wrong word, but Infernal Hails to The True Werewolf. That's werewolf with one E, of course. And that's that's, as I'm sure most of you know, the side project of Satanic Tyrant Werewolf from Satanic Warmaster. The record is called Devil Crisis. That's on Werewolf Records with two E's. Don't get it twisted. The cool thing about this is also very smooth music. It's all contoured. It's all every melody.
I love The True Werewolf.
Yeah. Did you hear Devil Crisis yet?
I haven't heard that one yet, but I love the older shit.
Bro, if you love that, you're gonna love this. This is like very very catchy, very sort of poppy, but at the same time just very weird. He's leaned into his love of, the anime and the old video games, Castlevania and shit. It's also a very personal record in a way you'd appreciate. It's all just written like from the perspective of, him as a fucking sexy vampire demon prince. Like he's got two songs about he's got he's got two songs about like boning satanic nuns. Like but passionately.
That's tight.
Yeah. And it's there's like keys on it and shit. There's stuff that sounds like video game music for sure, but the riffing on it is almost like a lot of the riffing. It's very on the melodic side for him, but it's more primitive than Strength and Honor. Even like these are like elemental kind of Senior Voland riffs. Like it's really, in some sense, it sounds more like sort of very melodic fantasy sci-fi metal, and more like his fundamental influences in Senior Voland than like Satanic War Master. So it's on kind of either side of it in an interesting way. It's a love letter to all the stuff he thinks is cool. Horn, Moan Gang, love Horn. I think this fits together very well with the American outlaw black metal and the sort of ruralist thing. Kind of like the old one, Gash, Horn feels very personal. He writes lyrics like about history. Sometimes they're very objective sounding lyrics, like narratives about things that happened in the past. But it still has this bardic, it's not really working in the same sort of speaking the inhuman tongues of the gods quality that like classic black metal has. They're written like folk songs, they're scaled like folk songs. The dude is a bard or a troubadour. It's a great album. It's solid. It's a good follow-up to Term Hang. Just not like, I've listened to it probably more than some things on the list. It just isn't like, it's not his next big statement. Also pleasantly surprised by Winterfilleth, The Reckoning Dawn. And we reviewed Horn and Winterfilleth on our very first episode. For me, Winterfilleth has always been a band where I liked the spirit, I liked the Saxon things, I liked the idea of trying to make a specifically UK black metal, which many people have tried in various different ways at this point. But for me, it was always a little bit bland. They would have real bangers with names I can remember and sick titles like The Svart Raven and The Glorious Plain.
Because The Svart Raven is the dopest song ever.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. So, like, when they hit that big sort of totally consonant, glorious, everything more epic than everything sound, they really nailed it. And the brutal low-end Vox were important to that, too. But some of it was just, I think the less good songs didn't do it for me. And, there were parts that were too flowery for me, but this new one they brought in some more just like black metal influence, and it works better in some places than others. There are still a few tracks. There's one or two tracks still that I am not that enthusiastic about, but for me, this finally does the things I wanted Winterfilleth to do, and because I've always kind of been rooting for them, I was very happy to hear this album, and I've actually given it a lot of replays over the course of the year.
Okay.
And it's still definitely got some of the Winterfilleth-y melodies. We already talked about Mort Gruning, so with that group of bands, I'd also just mention North by Trident, which was really good. Not quite year-end good, but like I hope they record more soon.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. So, for my honorable mentions, first off, Vong, A Wander in Liminality. Vietnamese black metal band, re-release occurred this year of his initial demo, which is really more like a full-length, just awesome sort of Burzum and Dark Throne and Vietnamese vibe to it. Beautiful lyrics. I love the essence of this record, and I'm really looking forward to more material from him.
Dude, that one is really cool.
Yeah, that's an excellent record. Insalubrity with Salacious Putrescent Psychopathy. Just unbelievably extreme brutal death metal. Disgusting and putrid it sounds exactly like the album title. It's salacious, it's putrescent, and it's psychopathic. Um, this horrible fucking wet discordant sound throughout. It's just fucking
Yes,
just
yes.
nasty and horrible. I love it. Um, More on the black metal guy side of things.
I think you described it as sound. I think you described it as sounding like internal organs slithering
Yes,
off each
and
other.
that's what it sounds like. So more on the black metal guy side of things. The self-titled Axis of
Mm-hmm.
Light EP. Just fucking great.
Mm-hmm.
Black metal meets jangly UK guitar music, a la the Smiths. Um, Wonderful record. Could
Mm-hmm.
have ended up on the list. I just had slots I had to allot to other things, but that was an early winner, and I've listened to it many times since, and it's a great EP. Um, Fluids, Ignorance Exalted. Fluids, a favorite band of mine for a long time. Uh, long time, several years. I'm just always happy to hear kind of mortician worship stuff. And these guys have always seemed a little smarter and more professional than a lot of their contemporaries. Influences from noise and power electronics that really add to the music rather than interrupting it. And finally, Macabre Omens, Anamnesis, which is a completely phenomenal sort of compilation. The only reason it was not on this list is because it only features one new, very long track, to be fair. I think it's about 16 minutes, but the rest are demo and split tracks that have been compiled here. So I just didn't feel like it was totally fair. But obviously, if you're listening to us and you're not listening to Macabre Omen, you're wrong. Because Macabre Omen is just one of the best black metal bands in the world. So, uh,
One of the best post 2000s black metal bands. Yeah. Yeah, we like to think we got Macabre Omen on there, sort of represented by the general vibe and Into Oblivion, but I agree. That record is really cool. It's just not a full length, and hopefully we get a full
God,
length
I hope
soon.
so. He's only done two so far. Why the fuck are we not doing more?
What, he does them all by himself, right? And it's such a scale.
Yeah, I know it's a big scale, but fuck it. Do more. Like, quit your job, dude. Just
Dude,
do it.
here's my here's my all-star dream team collab, which would be impossible because I think the single-minded artistic visions in the room would clash like whoa. But Macabre Omen, Ruins of Beveras, Serpent Column,
Oh,
power
that would be
trio.
so. I think that would actually kind of
Like,
work, actually. But
oh, aesthetically it would work. They have very similar kind of all kinds of similar preoccupations lyrically and musically. I don't know if they must all have these overpowering
I could see that.
personalities. Um
So
but if you could get them all to record a record, wouldn't it be
I
fucking
I
sick?
can't even fucking imagine how sick that would be. so
Yes,
so shit,
yeah.
man. With that, like we I think we said up front, gonna take a couple weeks off, enjoy the beginning of the year, and then we will see you guys in about 3 weeks. So thanks for listening, guys, and
Yeah.
thanks for
Guns.
joining up with us in our first season of Terminus, and may many more occur after.
Hail and kill.
Hail and kill. Take it easy, guys. We'll see you next time.